Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Iran claims it's searching for the pilots of a US fighter jet struck down by its air defense system. French President Emmanuel Macron pledges to work on reopening the Strait of Hormuz at a summit in Seoul. And the Israeli military says it's planning to strike 2 bridges in East Lebanon. Now, Iran's army has launched a search for the pilot of a US fighter jet reportedly hit by its air defense system. That's according to Iranian media outlets, who also say the US is searching for its pilot. So far, US Central Command hasn't responded to the claims, but a US official has reportedly confirmed the news with the Reuters news agency. In the last 30 minutes, Israeli media is reporting 1 crew member has been rescued, citing Israeli officials. Let's go live to Washington now and speak to Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. Adolfo, good to have you on the show as always. I just want to get your reaction to this news that we've been getting in the last hour or so. Iran has hit a US fighter jet. Apparently, a rescue operation has been successful in finding one of the pilots. But how significant is this moment right now as this conflict does enter the 35th day?
Well, thank you again. It is significant for 2 reasons. First, it continues to escalate. The conflict is moving toward escalation instead of negotiations. We've been hearing very little about negotiations and discussion in the last 24 to 72 hours. We hear more about escalation from both sides. But this development is significant for this reason. It shows that Iran still has the capability to strike back even at U.S. Air Force, if indeed it was a strike. It could be a mechanical failure. We don't have that confirmed yet. The president was briefed this morning, and that's still under investigation. But it will only fuel the fire in terms of the U.S. resolve to get the job done. But keep in mind, Leigh Ann, before your excellent follow-up questions, the president spoke this week. When he spoke, he said the job is not done. It's still weeks away from being finished. So we're not surprised that Iran continues to retaliate, and it does have the capacity to retaliate. And if indeed it was a strike instead of a mechanical failure, I think U.S. forces will now just redouble their efforts to put out any anti-aircraft defenses Iran has remaining.
So, Adolfo, just to bring you some of the latest lines on the story we are following, Iranian media has been claiming throughout Friday that Iran's forces have taken down an American jet. One of the 2 U.S. pilots in the F-35 fighter jet, which went down in Iran, has been rescued by American forces. That's according to NBC News reports that we're getting. But how does the potential presence of a U.S. pilot inside Iran affect the U.S. military right now, and risks to the U.S. military if they go in to try and conduct a rescue operation?
Well, first, we're delighted part of the rescue operation has been successful. So half of the job has been done. The question is, we don't know if the other pilot is alive, first instance. And secondly, yes, there will be an effort the rescue operations are quite complicated. The rescue aircraft have to fly very low while they're supported by air cover from above. They're very risky. They're very difficult to do. And of course, that will be undertaken. But in any war, there are casualties. I do not mean to be callous about this, but when we think about major conflicts in the world, we've lost thousands of men. We hope to keep that to a minimum. That rescue operation is going to be pursuant to protocols, but it will not deter the United States from moving forward. And of course, we've had prisoners of wars and hostages. Iran knows a lot about hostages for decades. And I venture to say that even if one American is held hostage, it will not change the course of the war or the president's commitment to finish the job.
And it's really interesting because We're talking about US military at the moment inside of Iran and possibly being shot down, which we do know that has been confirmed. But as you said, it could have been a technical failure. But this war is hugely unpopular in America, and that's according to all the polling data that has come out in the recent weeks. How is Donald Trump going to get people on side if more US military servicemen die in this conflict?
Well, I think we don't wish this, but I think Iran strikes against our forces or Americans will actually move public opinion in favor of punishing Iran. I think that's been the course in the past. I think the president has laid out a compelling case. Keep in mind, Leigh Ann, that the vast majority of Republicans in his base support him. And we also have to understand that President Trump, even before this conflict, opinion polls among independents and Democrats is always challenging, to say the least. And it's been the case for all presidents in modern history. So you have at least 40% of the country always against the president, anything he does. So we have to keep that in mind. But I am proud of him because he's doing what is right. He's staying the course and not being swayed by public opinion polls. Ultimately, had public opinion polls dictated the conflict in World War II, we wouldn't have entered the conflict, or certainly Britain wouldn't have. So I really believe that when there's a commitment from a leader to set the course straight, ultimately the dividends will pay off. It's a question, and he's laid it out for the American people. We have to pay a price now, or we're going to pay a much higher price in the future with a nuclear-empowered Iran.
And in the past few hours, President Trump has said, with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world. How is Trump going to do this without a ground invasion?
Well, I think he can do it by occupying the Karg Island and some of the smaller islands in the Strait of Hormuz and putting our assets to open it. The question is when the timing will be right to protect those troops from drone and missile attacks, as those are continue to be diminished by our forces. I think it will require troops on the ground in those installations and near the Strait of Hormuz. It will not be an occupation of Iran per se, but the goal here is to eliminate and neutralize Iran's ability to conduct retaliation or offensive operations against U.S. forces or our allies in the Strait of Hormuz. We are not there. He made it very clear. If not, he would not be talking about this conflict being still weeks, at least, from its conclusion. But we can open the Strait of Hormuz, but we want to do it safely, and not only for commercial travel, of course, but for our own troops. But it will require occupation to do what he is talking about in terms of seizing the oil and the facilities. It will require that. It will require at least that presence. But presence is different than occupation. You can look at it this way, Leigh Ann. We have 50,000 troops scattered throughout the Middle East in different bases right now. So it's a way to look at this as just a necessary temporary hold on those islands to ensure safe passage of the oil through the straits.
And Iran has come out and said they locked and loaded and they're ready for a ground invasion. And they've also said 7 million Iranians have signed up to fight for the country and are warning America about what you've just explained to me, this probable ground invasion that could happen. This could be disastrous for the US if it isn't carried out correctly.
Well, yes, but the question is, what does ground invasion mean? What Iranian propaganda is trying to stir up the public is to suggest the United States is going to occupy Iran the way we conducted operations in Iraq. That is not under serious consideration for a multitude of reasons. So that is not going to happen. Now, locked and loaded, it's a question of how much they can load and how much they have left and when that will take place. So I do not believe or take that seriously. This is done for internal consumption. I also believe, as our intelligence suggests, the vast majority of the Iranian people actually do not support this repressive regime, but they have the weapons and the capability to do what they're doing, which is holding down their population. I don't dismiss that, and I don't dismiss their ability to retaliate. But over time, if we stay the course on this, Iran will be unable to respond to our military effectively. And that's when we will take these assets, and it will not be an occupation of the country, but just the insurance of opening the Strait of Hormuz, which I believe is in the entire interest of the West and certainly the Gulf states. Otherwise, we leave Iran empowered to control the Strait of Hormuz, shut it down when it wants to, hold the world hostage, control oil prices, and continue to intimidate our allies in the region.
Adolfo, we're going to talk a little bit about Iran's retaliation, because Iran has hit a desalination and power plant in Kuwait. It's also threatening further strikes on US and Israeli-linked assets in the region. Many Gulf countries are intercepting missiles as we talk to each other right now. What kind of relationship does the US still have with key Gulf allies as the regional spillover does continue? Are there concerns now with these relationships that have taken years and years to build?
Well, I see it this way. I see there's a stronger relationship and alliance with our Gulf allies today than we've ever had. For the reason is they have always understood the threat that Iran posed. Saudi Arabia has referred to it as, the Saudi Arabian leaders, as the head of the snake. Now, these attacks on Iran demonstrate two things. First of all, that Iran is willing to do anything, including attack civilian targets. So they're extremely worrisome. What I am being told by the White House is that privately, all of our Arab allies want the United States very much to remain engaged in this conflict and want the conflict to end with Iran's either being neutralized completely or internal regime change brought about by the Iranian people. They're in no hurry, our allies, for the United States to exit the region. If we were to end the conflict today, Leigh Ann, under status quo situation with no changes, Iran is emboldened and actually, in the long term, a much stronger and bigger threat. And our allies recognize that. It has been the source of terrorism and conflict in the region and throughout the world for 47 years. This is the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change that. Again, it will not be easy, and it's not instant, but it is in the interest of our allies more so than those of the United States, since they depend on the export of the oil, and they are proximate to Iran and subject to its attacks and hostility, more so than we are.
Adolfo Franco, as always, good to get your analysis. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Leigh Ann.
The Israeli military has said it's planning to strike 2 bridges in Lebanon. Residents have been told to evacuate the area in eastern Bekaa region. It comes as Lebanon's health ministry have said 1,345 people have been killed and just over 4,000 have been wounded since the start of the conflict. For more on this, I'm joined by Rahida Dergam, advisor to Al Arabiya on American and international affairs. As always, great to have you on the show. Just before we get to Lebanon, I just want to ask you about this breaking news that we've been having, because according to reports, a US fighter jet has been shot down in Iran, with Iranian officials calling on civilians to be on the lookout for survivors, crew from that jet. We're now hearing one crew member has been rescued. How significant of a moment is this in the conflict?
It's a significant moment, but not that significant moment, because really we are now witnessing both the United States and Iran, as well as Israel, in lockstep towards escalation. I fear that there will be further qualitatively different type of escalation in this war. It starts with the war of infrastructure, civilian infrastructure. No more red lines, no rules, because when the President of the United States says that he will bring Iran to the Stone Age, it requires destruction. I mean, that is the decision clear, and he said that it would be the destruction of water, electricity, in bridges, etc., in order to make Iran say, well, I'm ready to give in. The problem is that Iranians have got this doctrine of never giving in or giving up. So it is a suicidal doctrine, and they would go ahead and continue to claim victory as long as they are standing on their feet. That is of course, I'm talking about the regime. So I think that now, I don't know what time, I don't know which day, we're going to have a serious escalation in the war itself, inside Iran, in the neighborhood of Iran, particularly if the geography of retaliation is going to include Iranian revenge from Arab Gulf states. And then, of course, through the proxies. In Lebanon, we see what's happening. In Iraq, it's a very dangerous situation. The thing is that probably at one point, we're going to have to stop and think and ask the following question. Did the Israelis and the Americans study enough the type of enemy they are engaging? Did President Trump make the same mistake that President Vladimir Putin of Russia made when he was misled by the information about the situation in Ukraine? So maybe that's possible, but maybe on the other hand, that it would be the decision, I mean, and the final idea would be that Iran was going to be dangerous for the region and for the world, no matter what, as President Trump framed it, in a country of terrorism, and in his words, and an aggressive country against the world.
And we talk about escalation, and today Iran has hit a desalination and power plant in Kuwait. And let's talk a little bit about America. They've bombed that major highway bridge near Tehran. President Donald Trump went to Truth Social and hailed that as a massive success. We know 8 people in Iran were killed due to that double tap strike on that bridge. And many people, Rahida, are asking the question, does targeting civilian infrastructure violate international humanitarian law? Is this something that's been violated by both sides currently?
Probably, yes. A lot of people could argue that. But we are in a new world where the rules of engagement are different, unfortunately. It's not the same. Look, I mean, can you imagine what does it mean for the Iranian operation to strike the desalination facilities in a Gulf country? It means that driving people to thirst. I mean, this is as bad as you could imagine. It's not only striking what they have in mind, which is refineries and the bridges. And the same thing with the Americans when they go ahead and strike the power infrastructure. That means Iran would be in total darkness. This is now where this war is at a very dangerous intersection. It is not going to be concluded as was thought, in a way that would be a victory and a defeat. And it's been proven that the Iranians are not willing to lay down their claims to what they think they're entitled to, which is running the region. So therefore, we have a serious problem. Of course, let me say before I forget, not only the Iranians have been the aggressors towards the Arab countries in recent years. I think they're very angry that these Gulf states did not take up their own doctrine, the doctrine of the Iranians, that they decided that they will go for the vision, for the development, for the program of prosperity. They're angry with them. And the same thing, they're angry with any country in the region that did not take up the doctrine of Iran. They are not going to give this up, whether it is the nuclear doctrine, the missiles doctrine, the doctrine of the proxies, or we call them the arms. And that has been proven that Iran is willing to use the arms. And they've been equipped to be very forceful and effective in advancing the doctrine of the Islamic Revolution of Iran. So we are, and on the other hand, you have the Israeli doctrine. Again, it's the siege mentality versus the bazaar mentality. So that the Israelis have, no love lost for the Arabs either. And by fighting their own way into making themselves probably the next Israeli empire, they're facing the designs of the Iranian Revolution to be the Persian Empire. And guess what? Both are using, Lebanon, because you mentioned Lebanon in the beginning, to have their wars. So you could imagine that this is not going to be an easy end. No matter how much destruction is done, the fear is that the doctrine will survive and will reincarnate and reinvent itself in a very destructive way. There will hopefully be finality to this war, but if there isn't one, then we're having a very disastrous situation, except for the United States. It may emerge as a winner. If you wish to talk about that, we can.
I actually want to talk a little bit about Lebanon, because you mentioned it there, and Lebanon is now obviously in the middle of all of this, if we talk about the proxies. And Lebanon's Prime Minister has expressed concern about long-term occupation. Are these concerns warranted? Is Israel planning to occupy southern Lebanon, even if this conflict does end?
Even if this conflict does end, I don't know. Yes, it may have that in mind, unless it finds a partner through which it can bring itself to feeling confident that withdrawing from southern Lebanon is not going to reopen fire against the Israelis. I think, yes, definitely, what they're doing right now is cleansing of the South. I mean, and I don't mean, I'm using it in a very, sort of almost ethnic cleansing, because what they've done is to destroy they didn't just push out the Hezbollah and the Revolutionary Guards from the south. They're pushing people out. They're demolishing homes. So I don't think they have, they're here to just be nice. To the contrary, they have established this security zone. It will be occupation as long as the Iranian Revolutionary Guards are fighting along with Hezbollah. They are fighting with Israel. They are having a war with Israel in Lebanon at the expense of the Lebanese, despite the objection of the government and despite the very heavy toll that the Lebanese are paying, including the Shiites in the south, above all. But you know what? I mean, we have an Israeli occupation and we have Iranian occupation of another sort. So we have two occupations of two different sorts.
And just quickly, if you would, for me, sorry, we are slightly running out of time, but I want to talk about Hezbollah's ability to strike back despite these Israeli airstrikes we're seeing on Lebanon. To what extent might Israel have underestimated the group's military resilience?
Yeah, I think both the Israelis and the Americans underestimated the group's resilience and preparation. Obviously, the Revolutionary Guards are the ones who have reshaped Hezbollah after it had been hit badly by the Israelis' series of assassinations. And that is very clear that you see it's part of the underestimation of the Iranians is the issue of the arms or the proxies. Same thing in Iraq. Look at that very, very sharp weapon of Iran in Iraq. It is destroying the sovereignty of the country and the government of the country. And the same thing with Lebanon. We are in trouble in Lebanon because of what you mentioned earlier about starting to hit the bridges and the infrastructure. And this is a country that really cannot tolerate that sort of, disaster. And the international community is not interested in really helping because it doesn't trust the government, because the government did not deliver and did not gain credibility. And then you have the Europeans coming along and giving us, lip service. Yes, we want the respect of the sovereignty of Lebanon, whereas they are part of the problem, the double standard, because they were the ones who said, yes, let's distinguish between the military arm and the civilian arm of Hezbollah, and just went ahead and encouraged it. If they want the Israelis to stop they have a weapon which is called sanctions. So let's see them deliver that.
Rahida, as always, really good to have you on the show and your analysis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
France and South Korea are deepening ties as the war in Iran reshapes global alliances. In Seoul, Presidents Emmanuel Macron and South Korean leader Lee Jae-myung pledged closer cooperation on energy, defense and future industries. The talks come amid unease with Washington over the crisis in the Middle East. Patrick Falk reports.
A full state welcome in Seoul. French President Emmanuel Macron's visit comes at a time of rising instability. South Korea and France are upgrading ties to a global strategic partnership. The Iran crisis was at the heart of talks. South Korea relies heavily on Gulf energy. France wants a bigger strategic role in Asia and wants to ensure vital shipping lanes are protected.
We discussed the crisis in the Middle East, the conditions for a de-escalation process, and the conditions within a clearly established international framework with a deconfliction being negotiated with Iran for a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. We also defended a just and lasting peace and respect for international law, and I want to express our convergence of views, whether regarding Ukraine in the face of Russian war of aggression or regarding peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula. It is the same vision we uphold, one of respect for international law, lasting peace, and the guarantees that go with it.
The summit also follows sharp criticism from US President Donald Trump. He accuses NATO allies, including France, of failing to support efforts in the Gulf. Macron has rejected using force to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. For Seoul, the stakes are immediate. Any disruption pushes up fuel costs and trade risks across Asia.
We discussed the crisis in the Middle East, the conditions for a de-escalation process, and the conditions within a clearly established international framework with a deconfliction being negotiated with Iran for a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. We also defended a just and lasting peace and respect for international law, and I want to express our convergence of views, whether regarding Ukraine in the face of Russian war of aggression or regarding peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula.
The two sides signed deals on semiconductors, quantum technology, critical minerals and nuclear energy. The message from Seoul was clear. As alliances come under strain, both countries want deeper strategic options. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
For more on this, I'm joined by Derek Grossman, Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern California. Derek, as always, great to have you on the show. Just going to react a little bit to what Patrick Falk was reporting there. What are the risks and implications of Iran involving civilians and social media in the search for a downed US plane? Sorry, I do apologize. We're going to talk about this possible downing of a US plane by Iran, and I wondered if we could get your reaction to that, because according to some news outlets, US forces have rescued one crew member.
Yeah, so breaking news, and my understanding is there were two crew members aboard the aircraft. One has been rescued as of just a few minutes ago. Okay. The other one is still at large, and of course, as an American, as a patriot, I really hope that we can find and rescue that individual. But, you know, I have to say that today's news is very disconcerting for the overall picture of the war, because our president said just a few days ago in an address to the nation that the conflict would end within 2 to 3 weeks. We were just brushing up some things here and there, and then we would exit. But clearly, if the Iranians downed an F-15 and we still have one of our service members in the country, and we're also sending troops to the region in order to do some sort of ground invasion, whether it's along the Iranian shoreline near the Strait of Hormuz or to take over Karg Island, it's clear that the conflict is escalating. And that it won't be easy for us to just pick up our ball and go home and end it when we want to.
And I think this is the big concern from analysts that I have been speaking to, that this could point to a clear escalation that we are seeing. And as you did say, the Strait of Hormuz does remain closed. And now we could possibly, according to reports, one US pilot is still inside of Iran and one has been rescued. But Derek, given the situation that we're in right now when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, we've also seen this deepening of ties, haven't we, between France and South Korea amid the crisis in Iran. How might this partnership reshape regional security dynamics in Asia? And I guess the big question here is, what influence could this have for US influence in the Indo-Pacific region?
Yeah, so I think the Trump administration clearly is taking a harder line on allies and partners throughout the world, whether it's NATO or our allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific. And guess what? They're searching for other options. They can't necessarily trust the United States to do the right thing, to have their backs. And beyond that, they now need to work together in order to pick up the slack, right? Yeah. So when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz specifically, Trump has waffled between doing something and doing nothing. Right. And so South Korea still imports the vast majority of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz. And that means it needs to ensure transits come through safely and that the partial closure is lifted. And so France has also expressed an interest in assisting there. Now, what exactly are they going to do? I think that that's an open question. But the point here is the U.S. cannot be trusted to provide that support. And so a mini-lateralization is happening, mini-lateral groupings, small groupings, 2 or 3 countries, maybe a few more, are getting together and doing it on their own.
And it's quite interesting because we're talking about France, and reports suggest a French tanker was the first European tanker to pass through the Strait of Hormuz today. So there seems to be a French tanker which has gone through. But as you just said to me, South Asia heavily imports crude oil from the Middle East. How are countries like Pakistan and Bangladesh responding to these soaring fuel prices? And the reality is, you're talking about these mini talks that are happening between countries, but what can South Asia do in the immediate term?
Yeah, so I mean, the key here is diversification of how you import oil. So you need overland pipelines, which Pakistan actually does have, and you need to possibly tap into your strategic petroleum reserve, although most countries do not have an abundance of reserve. Right. Another option is to try to get oil from places that are not the Strait of Hormuz through shipborne traffic. Right. So you can potentially, if you're Bangladesh, get oil from India. Right. Actually, Bangladesh has already requested excess supplies from India, and they're now receiving that. Pakistan can't get oil from India because the two countries are longstanding enemies. Right. So that's not going to work. But potentially China could provide some additional oil to Pakistan. So there are ways in which to kind of work around the current situation.
And we talk about Donald Trump, and obviously he gave us a timeline for when this war could possibly end, which is 2 to 3 weeks away. But today on social media, he said with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world. I think the big question here is the rhetoric behind this, and also how is America planning on doing that?
Yeah, so I think the Truth Social post from today, which was before the F-15 was shot down, or at least that we knew about that publicly, right? It was clear that the president was signaling, stay tuned for ground operations. I mean, that's how I read that post, right? That something is going to happen. We're not just bringing in the 82nd Airborne and the Marine unit from Okinawa, right? We're actually, for nothing. We're actually going to do something with them. We're going to use them, right? And now with the F-15 being shot down, I think it's just a matter of time before the war expands dramatically in contravention to the president's wishes that in 2 to 3 weeks it would end, so that we could go back to business as normal. And of course, he could have his trip to China in mid-May, right? That's why he postponed it till then. So I think a lot of that now is very much to be determined.
Derek, a quick fire answer. Do you think we could see a ground invasion this weekend?
I think as soon as this weekend, yes. I mean, especially, again, because of the F-15 being shot down. Retaliation is in order, it seems.
Derek Grossman, as always, really good to have you on the show.
Thanks for having me.
We can now go back to our top story and the US fighter jet which went down in Iran. NBC News is now reporting one of the two pilots has been rescued. Let's speak to the former Deputy Secretary of Defense for Europe and also NATO. That's Jim Townsend. Jim, as always, it's really good to have you on the show. And I just want to get your reaction to the breaking news that we've had in the last hour or so about this F-15 jet being downed inside of Iran, and the US says one of the pilots has been rescued. Could this signal a real significant turning point in this war?
Well, first of all, I think we've got to keep in our thoughts the crewman that is still being searched for, and express gratitude to the combat search and rescue units that have gone in to pull out the pilot who was rescued, and I just hope very much that he's okay, and all of this ends well in the next few hours. Is this a significant turning point? I don't think so. I mean, this is something that I think is the nightmare of a military situation like this, is when you go in and you lose a plane, you have personnel on the ground over your opponent's territory. It is something that provides a lot of drama, and it provides a lot of problems for the country that loses the pilots, as we have in this particular situation. So it's a big deal, but it's not a turning point. A turning point is going to be something where, when those Marines actually arrive, and in fact, if they're used, and we don't know if they're going to be used or not. We know they're on the way, but once they arrive on station, the question will become, so what do we do now? And that's the turning point.
And it's really interesting because the guest I had on before you, Derek Grossman, said this could be a clear escalation and there could be US ground troops on the ground inside of Iran as soon as this weekend, which is, of course, tomorrow. Would you agree with that assessment, or do you think we're not quite there yet?
Well, with all due respect to your previous guest, who I think certainly gave us some very important insights, I think this is a bridge too far instead of something happening this weekend. Before you put troops on the ground, there is a lot of work that's got to be done logistically, and there's got to be posturing, and there's got to be a setting of the battlefield. I mean, there's a lot of things that have to be done first, and we haven't seen that yet. So in terms of an escalation, I know that today there was a heavy bombing, and that's been the case for the past couple of weeks. So I haven't seen something that I would say is an escalation. And I think that will come if those troops, when they do show up and when the military is ready, if those troops actually go on the ground, that's an escalation for sure. But right now, I think that there's just a ticking clock as we wait for those forces to get on station and for the military to be ready to do something with them, if in fact that's what they do.
And Jim, in response to Trump's threats, Iran says bring it on and warned Iranians will bleed to defend their nation. How much of Iran's threat is actually capability versus rhetoric, do you think?
Well, of course, it's a lot of rhetoric, and there's a lot of rhetoric coming from both sides. But certainly the U.S. has the capability and has destroyed a lot of the capability of Iran. But as we just saw, obviously they had a surface-to-air missile that seemed to work. And so they still have some capability. But again, for Iran, this is an asymmetric battle that they're waging here. They just have to survive. They just have to be resilient and every day live to fight the next day. And so they probably don't have much of a capability now, but they have enough to cast doubt about the straits and whether they can be open or not. They've got enough to send a missile every now and then into the neighboring countryside in some of the Gulf states. They've got enough to stay in the fight and to be worrisome to us. And so it really, to the United States, our issue is, how do you deal with this asymmetric capability that Iran has, and what will it take to get Iran to sit down and for us to talk about a ceasefire? Or are they happy to lob a missile every now and then, and meanwhile watching the U.S. have to deal with the outcome of an asymmetric battle on their hands?
And why are European countries now saying they're willing to help secure the Strait of Hormuz, but they feel reluctant, and they have been reluctant, Jim, to support broader US-Israeli military action against Iran? And it's really, really frustrated and irked President Donald Trump greatly.
Well, it has, and I think Donald Trump was poorly advised if by his staff. If they wanted the allies on board and participating in this, they needed to be approached early on, before the conflict began, to be part of this, to be part of the planning, to be part of setting the goals. That's what we did with Desert Storm. That we've done that with Iraq, Afghanistan. The allies have been with us in many, many conflicts. And so for that to happen, you've got to have a lot of preparatory work with them before the fighting begins. You don't do it afterwards, and you don't do it using threats and mocking and insulting and then expect them to put their troops in harm's way when it's very unclear what the U.S. goals are and what the plan is. But I think what is clear to the allies, to a lot of nations around the world, is the Straits of Hormuz is very important to everyone. Having those straits open, it will be critical. Iran right now, because of their asymmetric capabilities, are keeping it closed. And so when we can get to some type of end of the fighting, I don't know if it's a ceasefire or what, but at some point the allies need to be able to feel confident enough to go in and help us keep the straits open, and that includes shepherding along the tankers, and includes protecting them from drones and this type of thing. So they will be going in harm's way. This is not going to be a picnic, keeping the straits open. But asking the allies to come into the fighting, into the shooting part of the war, without any initial preparation, and helping the allies themselves get support from their people, that's a tall order. So it's an own goal by President Trump.
Jim Townsend, really good. Yes, and of course, Donald Trump called NATO a paper tiger and also cowards. So there's been a lot of insults traded. Jim Townsend, always really good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. NBC News reports one of the two pilots from a US fighter jet downed over Iran has been found. French President Emmanuel Macron pledges to work on reopening the Strait of Hormuz at a summit inside Seoul. And the Israeli military says it's planning to strike 2 bridges in East Lebanon. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
for in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
President Trump says Iran is desperate for a peace deal. Iran says the US is only negotiating with itself. A 15-point peace plan has been conveyed to officials in Tehran. Sources say they have a list of demands of their own. We ask our panel, who will blink first? That debate is coming up, so stay tuned for Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Cuomo, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. He doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
Welcome to America Unfiltered with me, your host, Ellie Cohanim. Joining me is Robert Greenway, Director of the Allison Center for National Security at the Heritage Foundation and former Deputy Assistant to the President of the United States and Senior Director of the National Security Council's Middle Eastern and North African Affairs Directorate under the first Trump administration. Rob, thank you so much for joining us on America Unfiltered.
Well, it's good to see you. Great to be with you, Ellie. Thanks for having me. From my perspective, a couple of things are important. First is the 2 most important numbers, and a lot of them show up in the discussions about this particular campaign. The 2 that matter most to me are the Israeli and American combined effective intercept rate against Iranian missiles, the only tool that is providing any form of retaliatory capacity, although greatly diminished. And that number is about 92 to 94% of Iranian missiles are actually getting intercepted by American or Israeli technology. The second is 100%. 100% of U.S. and Israeli strikes are effectively being executed on a minute-by-minute, hourly, daily basis against the Islamic Republic. destroying its capacity to wage war against its neighbors and threaten U.S. interests, our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. This is critically important because it essentially implies that this conflict was over the minute it was started. Iran doesn't have the capacity to stop it. They cannot do anything to defend against it. And in fact, it is just now a matter of destroying the capacity they have to produce a nuclear program, a nuclear weapon, the missiles responsible for potentially deploying it that can already range Europe and Israel and much of our infrastructure in the Middle East, and certainly disrupt global oil and trade markets, which are our vital interests, and which now their capacity to do so is being eliminated as we speak. So from where I sit, the president has undertaken a historic effort to eliminate an enduring threat for the last 47 years to U.S. interests, and they've liberally used their capacity to threaten us and to kill Americans and threaten Israel, our partners and allies, and the global economy. And President Trump's decisive leadership is preventing them from doing so in the future. And I think that's going to be wrapped up relatively soon.
Well, and those numbers that you shared, Rob, are astounding to think about the success of Epic Fury on the U.S. and Israeli side. You mentioned our allies in the region and what's taking place right now. As you and I speak, there are negotiations, it seems, between the United States and Israel. What's your assessment of chances of success for those negotiations? And if they fail, what do you think Plan B is?
Yeah, it's a great point. Look, I think you and I both know the president's mind is always to pursue a diplomatic option if it's available. He's managed to stop 8 conflicts so far using chiefly diplomacy and economic pressure deftly in order to exert leverage over warring parties. And he's been very successful at doing it. And I think that's his preference. But I also recognize that at this point, it was never the Islamic Republic's preference to do so. And I'm not sure now that they're coherent enough to be able to formulate a position and reflect it back to the United States. In other words, I don't know that anyone is left in charge or in a position to acquiesce to demands. I also know that the president isn't committed to it. And so if they fail to accept the terms that are being provided, and they have no right or basis to be able to resist those terms, they should simply say yes and move on. The president will destroy the remaining capacity, and the government, such as it is in the Islamic Republic, will be incapable of exercising control over its own population. And hopefully that'll provide them the space to overthrow this ridiculous regime that's threatened the United States, Israel, the region, the world, and certainly its own people. And I hope that happens, and I suspect that it will.
Well, that's a hope that you and I both share. But before we get to that hopeful outcome, we've seen reporting that the United States 82nd Airborne Division is on its way to the region. They're described as a top conventional combat team, quote, equipped for full spectrum operations, including possibly taking over Harg Island or other territory. Can you tell us what's your estimate of the potential uses of that division?
Well, first, I think it's important to recognize that this is additional capacity, beyond the scope of 2 carrier strike groups that the United States has currently deployed in the region, and a tremendous amount of air assets, both forward deployed and those that are taking part in the operation from the continental United States and other bases around the world. But it's also not the entirety of the 82nd Airborne Division. It's a command and control element from its headquarters, and I think little less than a brigade combat team. So only a portion of an entire U.S. division. I think there are multiple purposes that this particular capability can bring. First, it can expand our defensive capacity around our infrastructure. Second, it can provide the ability to conduct offensive operations in the region where necessary, certainly against Iran. And also, of course, it can be used as part of the leverage that the president is building in the negotiating process to demonstrate U.S. resolve. What I don't think it is an indication that the United States has an intention to have some sort of presence inside of Iran. And I don't see the case, frankly, for it being used against Harg Island in particular, because we have a way to prevent it from functioning as an economic target more viably without having the necessity of putting U.S. troops on the ground. Second, it's a great distance from the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's ability to restrict traffic through it, which is being rapidly diminished. There are, however, a number of other potential uses, including the islands and the military capacity in and around the straits, but also the question has been raised about other sensitive sites inside of Iran, which may require a level of action that cannot be performed by aircraft alone.
And so that was actually my next question. What do you think it's going to take to get that international flow of traffic again flowing through the Strait of Hormuz?
I think right now, Iran does not have the literal capacity to block the strait. That has been denied them. And I think that's important. Number two, I think they have limited capacity to selectively interdict ships that are transiting through it. And I think that capacity is rapidly being diminished. And so I think in very short order, in my mind, a few weeks, the United States will be able to demonstrate that Iran can no longer threaten navigation and the straits will be reopened again. And I think that'll restore traffic. Again, I think that's going to happen relatively soon. I can't put a timeline on it because I don't have all of the facts, but I would say 1 to 2 weeks, in my estimation, would be sufficient to be able to reduce the threat completely. There's very little left right now, to be honest with you, but ships only require a threat to be able to impact war insurance and their ability to recover damages if incurred. So that's been sufficient to stop traffic for the moment.
And so the other outstanding matter seems to be those 400 kilograms of enriched uranium to weapons grade level that the Iranians have apparently perhaps whisked away to a secret location or not. Perhaps location is known. What do you think it's going to take for us to be able to access that uranium?
Yeah, that's of course a very important question. And I'd say first and foremost, this alleged capacity that they have of having weapons-grade enriched uranium, coupled with their ability to launch missiles toward but not impacting our bases in Diego Garcia, reflect the fact that they've lied all along about their intentions. They've lied all along about their capabilities, and many have been covering for them and denying that they have this capability, and now they're claiming that they do. So I think that's number one. It's important to recognize that they can't have any capacity because they cannot be trusted. Second, I think that if in fact they do have a quantity of enriched uranium, and mindful that the atomic bombs that we employed against the Japanese in the Second World War, the bulk of which were only enriched to 80% capacity. And so you don't have to get to the high 90s or mid 90s as many would intimate. That's ideal, but it's not necessary for the purposes of a testable weapon. If that's in fact the case, part of the negotiations, no doubt, are for Iran to turn that material over. The president has said as much. And if the Iranians don't comply, the question is what then can be done in order to return this to a point in which they no longer have control. And that, again, may be why additional U.S. capabilities are being introduced into the region.
Okay, so one scenario is that we use some sort of special ops to access the uranium. Rob, you were one of the principal architects of the Abraham Accords in the first Trump administration. I personally had the honor of working under your leadership, and there's no one who knows our Gulf Arab allies better than you. Were you surprised to see the Iranians seemingly targeting those countries at higher rates than even Israel?
Well, I think it has. And it's important to say, too, that the person that deserves the most credit for the Abraham Accords and the historic achievement is President Trump. And second, those responsible for the execution, like Jared Kushner in particular, I think, and then those of us, yourself included, of course, that helped make that happen. And it was a privilege to do it. I think it has surprised me to a certain extent that the Emirates in particular have received such a shocking and disproportionate amount of attention. Anyone that has a U.S. base, as they do, and has a close relationship, has been a signatory to the Abraham Accords, you would expect to get Iranian attention, even though they did not conduct a belligerent act during the conduct of this conflict. But they've received more missiles than Israel and all other Gulf states combined. And that is a significantly disproportionate amount. And you take, for example, Bahrain finds itself as host to our Fifth Fleet, also signatory to the Abraham Accords, but did not. And they're no less a threat to Iran at the end of the day. So it's an interesting juxtaposition. So I do think it is a surprise in the scope and scale they receive. What is also less surprising, perhaps, is that the U.S. equipment provided has been incredibly successful, employed by the Emiratis, who deserve a tremendous amount of credit for being stalwart and for also being incredibly effective at employing these assets to protect their airspace and defend their citizens. And they should be lauded for it. But it is a remarkable admission on the part of the Islamic Republic that they're willing to target innocent civilians while the United States and Israel are targeting military infrastructure.
And Rob, given how much the Iranians have targeted their Arab neighbors, as you just outlined, what's your sense of how these countries would like to see as the end result of Operation Epic Fury?
Well, I think there's a strong convergence between the U.S., Israel, and our partners and allies to ensure that Iran no longer has the capability and capacity to develop a nuclear weapon because they would employ it. Second, that they don't have the ability to threaten the United States, Israel, and the region and global trade and energy markets with missiles and drones, and that program has to be dismantled. The third, I think, is their support for terrorist surrogates and proxies, who have been, with the exception of Hezbollah, remarkably silent, recognizing the fact that their patron is being annihilated. And I think that they're wise to do so, and I only hope that they continue to exercise some restraint, and they'll be dealt with in due course. And I think in the end, those are the principal objectives. The worst thing that could happen now is that we stop short, having gotten so historically close to the end, of being able to detooth and defang this horrific theocratic government in Iran that has threatened its own people and the rest of the region for far too long. And we're nearly there.
Rob, do you have any expectation that the GCC countries might actually join the kinetic fight against Iran?
So, you know, it's a great question. And I think at this point, one, they've been satisfied seeing the results the U.S. and Israel are getting. So they're happy with the progress of the campaign. They're content with the fact that the U.S. is doing it. But at the same time, I think defensive exercises and demonstrations necessary, but perhaps insufficient. And I would not be surprised if the Emirates in particular, but also the Saudis and Bahrain, decide to participate in response to the barrage of missiles and drones that they've received against civilian and commercial infrastructure alone. So I would not be surprised. But again, I think they're content with the progress of the campaign to date. They recognize more than anyone else just how close we are to finishing off an incredible adversary and really restoring the region to a much more prosperous future.
Well, and that was exactly what I was going to suggest next, that we're seeing a new map of the Middle East being drawn. So what's your forecast for the region?
Look, if the president is successful, which I think he almost certainly will be, and has demonstrated in remarkable resolve and foresight to do, I think you're going to see a couple things. You're going to see the United States have diminished presence in the region because the threat will be diminished. Our partners and allies will be more than capable of dealing with it, and that includes Israel. And I think you'll see an expansion of the Abraham Accords in the economic front and a liberation of the region's true potential. And I think at the same time, you'll see a new enduring regional security architecture, including Israel and our partners in the Gulf, and more broadly in the region, that'll be left to address the threats. And the United States will be able to focus its time and attention elsewhere and not have to surge back in as I and so many other Americans have had to do over time. It's not to say that we won't be required in the region, because I think we are. And I think it's our interest to do so. And obviously the circumstances now prove that. But I would say that we would no longer be required if Iran no longer is the threat that it is today. That is an incredible future. That is an enormous potential. And I think that's worth the price that is being paid by our tremendous servicemen and women in both the United States and Israel.
Yeah, it is just an incredible vision to imagine what could come next in terms of the peace and prosperity for the region. I believe, Rob, you were instrumental in the move of Israel from U.S. European Command, and I think this has been publicly reported, to CENTCOM. How has that move played a role in the fighting we're seeing today?
Yeah, it took two runs to get the president to approve the Unified Command Plan, but happened in the fall of 2020, actually in the spring of 2020, President Trump signed that instruction and it executed about a year and a half later. And that had, I think, long been recognized as necessary. The reason ostensibly it remained within U.S. European Command was because partners and allies didn't want to work with those that were helping improve and work alongside our Israeli counterparts. This is really no longer true. It hadn't been for a long time. And second, the necessity of having integrated air defense and integrated operational response activities really required it. So there was really minimal opposition by the time the president made the decision, but it was incredibly formative because just months later, they would have to deal with a barrage of Iranian missiles and drones in response to the ill-guided appeasement campaign of the Biden administration. And now we're seeing them on offense, effectively employing as well as defending. And I think this was the ultimate vision. And the president gets all the credit for making it happen. We're just living for the benefits of that decision now.
Well, and it seems like it was a historic decision by the United States. I believe what we're seeing right now, the two armies, Israel and the United States, fighting side by side together in such close and successful coordination, that we haven't seen this since World War II. Would you agree with that statement about that alliance and the success of the two militaries fighting together?
I think that is true, and I think also it demonstrates the foresight, the vision, and the integrated capabilities. Right, that has happened, very, very deliberately. It has happened over time. It's a decision by both countries. One, on Israel to adopt U.S. weapon systems as the best in the world. Clearly, they are. Second, the United States to provide it to Israel at an unprecedented level as one of our preeminent strategic allies. And when you look at the constellation of U.S. partners and allies, and there are many, we're fortunate for that, a few stand apart as Israel does in terms of their capability, but most importantly, their willingness to use it to defend their and our interests. And I think we're seeing the return on that investment, which is absolutely historic. We've sold and provided weapons to a lot of countries, but you can't point to many that are using it in the way that Israel is and to support the United States and our shared objectives. And this is foundational. And it's incredibly important, and it's really rewarding to see.
The Heritage Foundation, which you run the Allison Center of, recently did some work suggesting to Israel that they might be looking towards more independence in their military needs from the United States. And Heritage received some controversy at that time. What's your assessment of that now as you look back?
Yeah, we did. About a year ago, we reevaluated coming into the 75th anniversary of the founding of the State of Israel and our United States relationship with it. We looked at, what is the future trajectory, particularly in security, but we look more broadly in all domains, economic, trade, et cetera. And our goal in that, clearly explicitly stated, is how do we get to better? How do we get to an even closer, more productive economic and security relationship with one another? And our judgment was, in the future, well over 10 years from now, we project a time in which Israel would no longer require the same degree of foreign military financing and the provision of equipment that it does now, which has been all too often by hostile administrations in the United States, including the Biden administration and the Obama administration, restricting their access to key munitions and supplies when they didn't agree with the use of force or Israel's self-defense, as we saw after the horrific attacks of October 7. And I think our intent there was to chart a course in which we would work together to make Israel more prosperous so that it no longer required foreign military financing at all, but will be able to purchase freely and increase co-production and co-development in the United States of weapon systems and platforms. So it would no longer be required to do so. We never envisioned a world in which that would not happen at all. And again, we envision this happening more than 10 years in the future, a goal to work towards. Not unlike President or Prime Minister Netanyahu's earlier comments about the removal of economic aid and assistance, which at the time he was widely criticized for, and now, of course, has proven to be completely prescient. And certainly Israel's economy demonstrates it no longer needs that. They're better off and we're better off. And we're really aligning ourselves with that in the security space.
So do you imagine, Rob, that after Operation Epic Fury, when we're seeing Israel and the U.S. fighting again so closely, hand in hand, wing to wing, what do you think comes next for that relationship, specifically that military component?
Yeah, it's a great question. One, I think we can be satisfied with what has happened up to this point. The question is, how do we get to better? And again, I think the vision in my mind is to get to a point where you have greater autonomy, and Israel stands in a completely independent fashion and can protect its interests and should be able to protect its interests without a tether back to the United States. I also see it as more beneficial for the United States to be able to sell and co-produce and co-develop weapons with our Israeli partners than to provide them outright. And I think that goal is worthy of attainment. But more importantly, I see Israel as the foundation of the United States' interest in the region from a security and economic perspective. And I think it's also the bedrock of our trade and our security cooperation with our partners and allies, a new regional enduring security architecture and a new constellation for trade. And Israel as the core component of that and the significant partner, the most strategic partner the United States has in the region.
Yeah, and certainly I think Epic Fury has proven that to be true. Rob, I'd like to expand the conversation a little bit to talk about China. How do you think Epic Fury is impacting China right now?
Yeah, it is really the most important question, and I think it's neglected in this. And I would say it's not just Beijing, but also Moscow. And so if you back out and look at what the president's been able to do in Venezuela and now in Iran, yes, he's demonstrating the will of the United States to project power, to protect its interests. Critically important and absolutely essential. They knew we were capable of doing it. They always questioned American will. They were calling this president's administration isolationist. I don't know who could argue that now. Second, we did it successfully in both cases. We're achieving things that no one else, no other military certainly is capable of doing. And most importantly, you don't see China or Russia coming to the aid of either of the Venezuelan partners that they theoretically had, nor to Iran's aid. And that, I think, is not lost on the rest of the world. Second, and perhaps more importantly, is the president is setting conditions to do two things: to be able to exert greater control over global energy markets and preserve it, because the economy of our and the rest of the world is based on it. But second, it controls and throttles import revenue, or rather export revenue, that the Russians rely upon as a principal oil exporter and gas exporter. And the president's done that successfully up to this point, radically cutting Russian GDP growth and defense spending just as a result of managing prices. Second, China is a complete dependent upon imports of Middle Eastern and other oil and gas. And the president now is exerting control of partners and allies over that. And that signals Beijing that they may not have the critical resources they require to be able to threaten the United States or Taiwan or our interests without the oil they require and their economy is dependent upon. So this is a strategic move of absolute critical importance that has only part to do with Iran, part with Venezuela. But the president's strategic vision, I think, is much clearer than that and far more important, I think, than people give him credit.
And you mentioned Russia. So where is the Russia piece of this?
Yeah, so Russia's dependent upon export revenue of oil and gas. And if oil and gas doesn't include Iran and Venezuela operating independent of the United States and our partners and allies, that means then that as a massive oil, one of the world's largest energy producers and now a net exporter, the United States is in a position to drive prices to where we want them to go, favorable to us and not favorable to Vladimir Putin, and certainly not inside the control and influence of Beijing and President Xi. This means that the president now holds all the strategic cards, and this is of vital importance. And it's good for the United States. It's really good for the rest of the world.
So in your vantage point, when you look at the map of the world and the presidency of Donald Trump in this second administration, do you think there is a Trump doctrine, and how would you describe it?
You know, I do, and it's probably a consequence of my perspective based on where I worked in the first Trump administration. It became clear two things. First is he gives a great deal more thought to the strategic issues, I think, than many give him credit for, including some of those closest to him, perhaps. Second, I think that you learn to sort of listen to what he says and watch what he does and correlate the two of them. And I think what I saw then and what I see now is a very clear effort to exercise control and expand America's economic prosperity and growth, and also at the same time to exert and exercise our resources to project our power and to preserve our interests abroad. And again, at the cost of our adversaries. So the president has always been reluctant to use force, but when he does, it's decisive, it's successful, it's defending our interests, and it's done with our partners and allies. And he's always taken account of preserving the source of U.S. strength, and that's our economy. And those two things are threaded throughout all his decisions. None more evident, I think, on the actions that he's taken in Venezuela and Iran and increasing U.S. energy production. That has put us in incredibly strong footing. And it's why I think you'll see extraordinary economic growth as soon as the conflict ends in the next couple of weeks. And I also think you're going to see tremendous leverage now applied against both Moscow and in Beijing to U.S. advantage. And again, good for the U.S., really good for the rest of the world.
Robert Greenway, as a fellow American, I want to wrap up by, first of all, thanking you for all of your service to our country. As I mentioned, you're decorated, multiple decorations for all that you've done. Is there any other thoughts you might have for our Al Arabiya English audience?
Only this, that for those that were concerned about the U.S. presence in the region and about the degree to which they could rely upon the U.S., depend upon the U.S. as a partner and ally, again, the U.S. right now is working with our partners in the Arab world in particular and with our Israeli partners to reduce the greatest threat to regional peace and stability that we've seen in generations in the Islamic Republic, and doing so successfully and providing both defensive and offensive support to our partners. So we are there with you. We are addressing the threats that face all of us each day. Second, there is no other power on earth that is capable of doing it, and there is no power on this earth that is capable of stopping us from doing it. And so those that think that China or Russia are going to exert greater influence and replace the United States, I think are demonstrably false. And I think that's being demonstrated now. And so have no doubt that the United States stands with our partners in the region and will make you more capable. But also, again, we have great respect for our partners, and we have the tremendous support of our partners, and neither of which are lost on the Trump administration.
Wow. Well, that is a very powerful message. We are there with you. Robert Greenway, thank you so much for joining me on America Unfiltered.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Always great to see you.
Thank you. And that's all we've got time for. You've been watching America Unfiltered with me, Ellie Cohanim.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
President Trump says Iran is desperate for a peace deal. Iran says the US is only negotiating with itself. A 15-point peace plan has been conveyed to officials in Tehran. Sources say they have a list of demands of their own. We ask our panel, who will blink first? That debate is coming up, so stay tuned for Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Because humans are naturally nostalgic, they search for their beginnings and the first moments of everything around them. It is in our nature to cherish what we consider precious, to protect our memories, even those that break our hearts. Who among us has not kept the letter yellow with time? A lover's perfume in a glass bottle. A grandmother's earrings passed through gentle hands. A photograph. A record. A book that carries the warmth of a heartbeat. Can we say that everyone has their own museum? Why do we chase the warmth of faces long gone, the echo of feelings that once lived within us? Why does the human heart wander endlessly backward, spending half its life in the soft light of yesterday? What are the origins of the museum? When did humanity decide that its treasures should belong to everyone? The story of museums, those guardians of culture and memory, begins much earlier than most imagine. From a princess's private trove to vast institutions welcoming millions, the museum has evolved into a space where the boundaries between the private and the public dissolve, transforming personal passion into a shared heritage.
The Louvre has always been in the center of Paris. That is to say, it has been the heart of Paris for almost 800 years. and Paris in the year 1190. It is necessary to go back that far to find a Paris without its Louvre. It was in that year that King Philip Augustus built himself a fortress, a place to keep his jewels, his dogs, and his prisoners of war.
As everyone knows, the Louvre Museum is not just a museum. For decades, it has been one of the tools of soft power, and the actual decision regarding its management and security rests with the Élysée Palace. Around the world, there have been nearly hundreds of famous museum thefts. This isn't the first time the Louvre has been targeted, but the October 2025 heist, which unfolded in plain sight of guards and visitors, may be among the boldest in its history.
The heist of the Louvre was a tremendous shock on October 19th. We had several small burglaries in museums right before. The Museum of Natural History, golden pellets were stolen. So this was like a series. We were like a nation in shock. Why can't we protect anything of value? And secondly, there was a sort of shock about the fact that there was insufficient security. So we were blaming insufficient security, so laxness and indifference, and at the same time, some sort of national curse.
From the Apollo Gallery 50 years ago, the sword of King Charles, made around 6 kilograms of gold, studded with precious stones, vanished from its display and has never been recovered. But the real story here isn't the theft itself, but what it says between the lines. Why are museums robbed more easily than jewelry stores? Why do surveillance systems, guards, reinforced glass, and alarms so often fail to do their jobs?
Let's say that a jewelry store has a limited perimeter, it's a small area, and they have strict access control, and they have standardized procedures. But for a museum, it's by nature an open venue. They welcome people, so you have a lot of flows, and it's always a compromise between access, conservation, and visitor experience. So, of course, it's a whole chain of security that has to be set up, and that is a very complex way how to set up. And also, if one aspect is not well secured, it's the whole chain which is deficient.
Well, jewelry stores expect to be robbed. The national museums, any museum, knows it's a possibility, but too many armed guards inside the museum would give a bad feeling, and plus they really don't want a guard to pull out a gun and shoot. In most museums, the artwork is not insured, and jewelers are insured. So the jewelers, you know, they can put up a fight, but in the end, it's not that tragic for them. For a museum, they don't put up a fight. It's almost counterintuitive, but you know, they should be guarded like crazy since they don't have insurance. But it's exactly the reverse that happens.
On a bright morning on the 19th of October 2025, a theft unfolded in the heart of Paris that stunned the world. Not for its scale alone, but for its symbolism. In broad daylight, priceless artifacts vanished from the Louvre, the world's most visited museum and one of France's proudest institutions. Considering this latest Louvre heist, the getaway truck was itself stolen from a small town on the outskirts of Paris called Louvre. It somehow made its way into one of the busiest, most heavily monitored areas of the French capital. The truck stopped, 4 men got out, 2 entered the gallery, took what they came for, and left. All happened in just 7 minutes. This is what has been confirmed. Digging into details, sources say that those 7 minutes were invested wisely. 3 minutes and 57 seconds were enough to smash the glass, snatch 2 displays of jewels, and escape without anyone lifting a finger to stop them. All this in a city where Parisians swear that if anyone parks his car in that same spot for even a minute, police patrols would appear from every direction, issue a fine, and order the driver to move immediately.
It's a symbol of France. What happened in the Louvre was shocking. We always see police cars all over Paris every minute, but here in this spot and specific minute, no police car was there to stop the robbery. It is shocking.
So that's what really shocked us. The easiest way they could use to do that, it was like acting normally, you know, being part of the environment.
The world is expecting more security from this kind of places, of course. One day or another, we will have also a security failure in the Tour Eiffel.
The thieves did know everything about the Louvre's method of operation. They knew that the jewels were reinstalled every morning. The jewels are taken away at night and hidden in a safe place and brought back at exactly a few minutes before opening. And they knew that that was the vulnerable moment to jump in, because security would have been moving around. So obviously they had infiltrated somebody who had done all this investigating.
Merde. Ok, merci.
Les individus sont en scooter, ils vont quitter.
La police.
Ah, CF2 pour passage monsieur, est-ce qu'on arrête les entrées?
Experts say museum officials long believed that a daylight robbery of a major museum was virtually impossible. Yet growing evidence suggests the Louvre thieves may have received assistance from inside the institution itself. Some even speculate that the perpetrators had a digital or human Trojan horse inside the museum, a secret accomplice who is now just a stunned observer like everyone else. Still, these are speculations nonetheless.
All kind of cyber intrusion or any insider that could link some crucial information are always options that has to be taken into consideration for investigation.
I am not inside the investigation, but it's very probable that they had somebody inside who told them how weak the system was. It's very plausible. Very plausible. But we have to wait the end of the investigation.
Is it somebody like a one guard or some cleaner or something like that? That's where the suspicions would go. But that it was an inside operation that was commanded by people inside who working against their own institution, no, that has not been considered in the end by the investigation, nor the fact that it would be a foreign nation.
According to what we know about what they said, the criminals said during their arrest, and also what they have, what the investigators have discovered, there was no any traceability of intrusion. Could be internal insider providing with crucial information, or any kind of cyber attack on the system in the Louvre. So for the moment, nothing goes to that explanation.
Hours after what many are calling the heist of the century, Hicham Daoud, a political anthropology researcher at France's National Center for Scientific Research, reflected on the deeper implications of the theft. France may have recovered its most valuable artifact, Daoud said, But what was wounded today cannot be healed by reclaiming a mere object. What was shaken was the belief that the symbols of the French nation are untouchable, that the pride of an entire country could not be threatened in a matter of minutes. He continued, "The crown has returned to the Louvre and may soon shine again, and perhaps the remaining stolen pieces will be recovered. But the image of that crown lying abandoned on the roadside will haunt the national memory. Deep down, the French fear that one day their country could resemble that crown, stripped of pride, of grandeur, and of protection."
You know, everybody, the newspaper reported that something very easy, and then the jewelry is lost forever. It's part of organized crime, and we will never find them.
Those jewels are considered to be national treasures, and who would dare do this in front of everybody and steal them? So museums are behind in their thinking. They got it more or less backwards. And there is another problem, that when you steal from a museum, you have to dispose of the artwork on the black market. So these jewels will have to be cut and transformed in order to be sold. And there is another problem, since it's a national affront. They have 100 police working on this. I mean, for a jewelry store, you wouldn't necessarily have that many police. So it's really very counterintuitive, and it's just this illusion of ease that the criminals saw, which made them try such a thing after a whole series. But after this, I think the French museum world will change completely. I was in another museum when it happened, and I saw the guards got nervous and started walking around Napoleon's sword. So there's going to be a reaction.
Ironically, some observers note the stolen items may be the only pieces in the Louvre that weren't already stolen from somewhere else to begin with. Historians estimate that nearly 80% of the museum's collection originated from colonial conquests and imperial expeditions. That uncomfortable truth, many argue, is the real core of the story. European analysts see the heist as a mirror held up to France itself, a nation strained by political instability, economic fatigue, and growing social unrest.
I guess you are not expecting the President of the Republic to be in front of the museum and be like that and prevent robbery. I mean, it's not his role, okay? I think that somebody has to be blamed is the lady in charge, the director of the Louvre. She has to be blamed because she receives the report and the warning. She is the one who should dismiss. She's the one who has to resign, not the president. I mean, the president, you cannot expect your president to be in front of each of your museum, I guess.
It wasn't just a robbery, one senior cultural critic in Brussels said. It was a symbolic message reclaiming that what France once took can also be taken from France. Investigators remain tight-lipped about how the thieves managed to infiltrate one of the most secure museums in the world in broad daylight. Yet the brazenness of the act and its timing between a collapsing government and another trembling under pressure has deepened public unease. To many, it feels as though the country's sense of pride and protection has been breached.
It's a symbol that has been attacked, and for France, it's really a very critical and even political issue, let's say. And also the amount of the law, which is the value of the jewelries are around 88 million euros.
With considerable intelligence, because really the timing was incredible. And they got lucky because the police went to the wrong place when they finally got the alarm. And they were also lucky, these burglars, because the casing of the jewels was not as, it wasn't impenetrable. Okay, this was not Fort Knox. So they did have some time to drill a hole in the glass, and the Louvre doesn't have armed police inside. You have to go get them. You just have security, and they came in, and the burglars threatened them with these drills, and so really nobody wanted to be attacked. And in the past, there have been guards who were overpowered and gagged and tied up a few decades ago. So nobody wants to go through that.
We often read the phrase, inspired by a true story, at the beginning of some movies or even some novels. But what happened at the Louvre seems to be the complete opposite. Who among us did not notice the mysterious resemblance between the recent Louvre theft and the plots of the famous French series Lupin and the film The Thomas Crown Affair, released in 1999? Were these stories merely a coincidence? Or were they hidden maps of an event that actually took place at the Louvre on the morning of October 19, 2025?
The beginning is disturbingly similar because it's the same part of the Louvre which is burglarized. However, in the series, it's a public auction which is attacked, and in reality, it's simply the room, the display room. So there's that difference. However, the quality of the burglars seems to be similar. They are not, international robbers like Arsène Lupin is supposed to have been. This imaginary figure, it's not Ocean 11 or one of those kind of high-class mythical movie attacks. These were just general, jewelry robbers who did this.
The comparison is a bit exaggerated because, okay, we have the Louvre, which is a world icon, and it's very romantic place as well. But the idea of also acting during the day, so the fact this is very surprising. Unfortunately, I have to say that as I mentioned previously, obviously no political and no other objective in this heist to get profits and to exploit a security gap, and that's all.
Astonishing that they were able to do something like that in such a short amount of time with no one really noticing what was going on. Right. So it really was like an ultimate heist in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it almost sounded like a movie.
Well, you would imagine like high level of security, especially protecting certain things. So when you have something valuable at home, you try to protect it, right? Imagine a museum with lots of history, lots of years worth of, right? So, yeah, very surprised.
Here, the sequence of events can be laid out chronologically as follows. First came the theft itself. Then the wave of astonishment, not only in France but globally. Third, the rapid spread of the news, thanks to social media networks. The fourth was the collapse of any sense of time as the public demanded quick answers before shock could turn into yet another crisis for Macron's government, which was already navigating intense political pressure at the time. In such a situation, it was only natural to resort to artificial intelligence to understand what had happened.
Today, technology does not grant the luxury of time. For example, in the recent Louvre Museum theft, just a few hours after the incident, social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos, perhaps exaggerated, created with the help of artificial intelligence, all seemingly mocking the theft. This also allowed those behind technology screens to be journalists, analysts, and even investigators. For example, I didn't fly to Paris or enter the Louvre. The only truth about the video you've just watched in the Louvre is my photo, just a silent photo that I gave to AI to generate this video. I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there. Only AI did. This was nothing but an experiment to understand today's powerful technology.
Trying to find a kind of plot in this due to the political and social situation in France. Macron is always used for groups that are against the situation and let's say the current political scene. It's another way how to attack France, or more specifically its president.
On ne tire pas sur une ambulance. You don't shoot ambulance. When somebody is weak, it's always easier to ban him and to blame him. Okay? I myself, I don't blame the president for that. I blame the lady in charge, the director of the museum. She is the one who had the report. She is the one in charge. She is the one who must be taken accountable on that.
History never knew the dragon we speak of today, the artificial intelligence. Yet history tells us that the Babylonians and the civilizations that followed them in Mesopotamia, along with the ancient Egyptians, Persians, Romans, Greeks, and others, were the ones who first conceived and developed the idea of a museum through centuries of accumulated experience. But today, things have changed. In recent years, virtual museums have emerged, presenting their collections in an intangible digital space, one no thief or vandal can ever touch. And now, artificial intelligence enters this vast landscape once again. Perhaps we are on the brink of transformation that will redefine museums and their security altogether. Whether physical or virtual, the museum remains a place where history completes its cycle, where history became full circle, returning us to the same human impulse to collect, preserve, and display.
Well, it was the French and the British. The French Revolution, they took the royal collections and they said, okay, this is not just for the nobility who are coming once in a while, and not just for art students, it can be opened up to everyone. So it was made accessible, especially to art students and on certain days to the public. And it became popular. And the British did the same thing with the British Museum. Now, in the 19th century, museums were also research centers. You know, they do a lot of archaeology in the Middle East. They did a whole lot of Egyptology. That's really what got them off the ground. And then they stored the big national paintings, you know, a Napoleon crossing, a mountain pass, and such grand paintings. But after, it is in the 20th century that it really got off the ground, because it became a mass tourism attraction and brought in a lot of revenue.
Museums, despite their symbolic and cultural weight, are not all fortified like high-end jewelry stores. They rarely anticipate the possibility of a bold daylight robbery. And so, the weaknesses are far greater than the average visitor ever imagines. In just minutes, the heist of the century, as the French now call it, along with royal crowns and historic necklaces, vanished into the bustle of Parisian streets. The spectacle stunned the French and the world, revealing the fragility of a place long thought to be one of the safest guardians of human heritage. Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet? The world found itself witnessing an event where time seemed to stand still. An audience surrounded by a forest of phone cameras inside a hall devoid of surveillance. In the past, before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets, joining strikes, waving flags, writing songs, demanding justice. Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
President Trump says Iran is desperate for a peace deal. Iran says the US is only negotiating with itself. A 15-point peace plan has been conveyed to officials in Tehran. Sources say they have a list of demands of their own. We ask our panel, who will blink first? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. President Donald Trump said decisively on Tuesday the US has won this war. If that's the case, he can't be very confident that the victory will hold, or the White House wouldn't need a negotiated end to the fighting.
In Iran, they have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal.
Iran says the only side desperate for a deal are the Americans. A new non-partisan survey certainly suggests the war is becoming increasingly unpopular. It found almost 60% of US adults felt the military campaign has gone too far. But is it too late to simply wind it back? Iran maintains its stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz and says the US can no longer dictate when the war will end. Israel is reportedly also worried about the US time frame. If the president is looking for a quick end, it could come at the expense of Israel's war aims. On this episode, we'll debate: has the US already won this war? Who needs an end to this war more, Iran or the US? And will the US compromise Israeli war aims to secure a deal? Joining us for this discussion is Yaakov Amidror, a former Israeli national security advisor during a previous Netanyahu administration. Senator Mushahid Hussain is joining us once again, former Pakistani Minister for Information and Culture. And rounding out our panel is Brandon Weichert, Senior National Security Editor at 1945.com and author of The Shadow War, Iran's Quest for Supremacy. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, we have been hearing Iran has rejected Trump's 15-point peace plan sent via Pakistani intermediaries. And Iranian officials earlier in the day have told Iran's Press TV that there are 5 conditions of its own under which Iran would agree to end the war, and they include an end to US-Israeli airstrikes and assassinations, guarantees and reparations, and an end to attacks on Iran's proxies and the recognition of Iran's sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Yaakov, we're going to start with you. Are these a realistic set of demands, especially the point about sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz and the absence of anything related to nuclear enrichment?
Look, from the Israeli point of view, the issue of sovereignty in the Strait of Hormuz is not the main issue. If the Americans are ready to agree to that, I don't think that Israel will say something about it in public. It's very stupid, but, you know, this is what the Iranians want, and if the Americans agree, Israel is not part of this negotiation. For Israel, very important is to take out the nuclear enriched uranium, to stop the missile production, and the Iranians guarantee that they will never come back to the both the missile and the nuclear project, and never finance proxies around Israel to attack Israel, as they did in the last 45 years. So I don't see how the demand of the president are meeting the demands of the Iranians. I don't know if this is what the Iranians really believe that they can achieve from this president and from the United States of America. It's very, if that's what they think, I think they are, they don't understand the president and the United States of America both. It's not just the president, by the way. About these demands of the Iranians, it's not just the president, it's the United States of America.
Mushahid, what do you think? I mean, do you think that Iran believes it can use these as likely negotiating points? Do you think they have a chance of getting them over the line?
I would say that at this moment, both sides are indulging in maximalist demands. Obviously, what Mr. Trump has also sought in the 15 points that he has sent to Iran via Pakistan, that is also a position he knows that Iran would never accept, because they are basically talking of things that were not initially stated, because initially it was all about Iran's nuclear program. And when Iran said it's not making the bomb, then they changed the goalposts every other day. And so Iran also then came back with its own offer. So at this moment, I think that things will only settle down once serious negotiations are about to start. Iran feels it's in an advantageous position as of now, because they've got the choke point of Strait of Hormuz. And they also feel that America and Israelis cannot be trusted, because it's actually Netanyahu's war in which Trump was roped in. And they feel that twice they have been deceived in the past, June 2025 and now 28th February, when negotiations were happening. So they want ironclad guarantees that it's not going to be a ceasefire, it's going to be a comprehensive and durable peace settlement.
Brandon, do you think Iran does believe it has the upper hand? And if so, does it?
Well, unfortunately, I believe not only do they believe it, I think it's accurate right now. They have demonstrated, as I said previously on the show, they have demonstrated a remarkable command, the Iranians have, of this strategy of theirs, which is to basically drag the United States and Israel and the Arab states through the ringer for as long as possible until depletion of critical stockpiles and until the Americans are basically crying uncle because the economy and political situation here is getting so bad. And let me tell you something, I live here. It's getting bad right now. And I'd like to also just give an inject here. The Royal United Services Institute of England, whose president 3 weeks ago called me an idiot when I warned about this, but now they're confirming what I said. Israel is now days, according to them, away from running out of the Arrow interceptors, and U.S. has burned through 40% of available THAAD stockpiles with just 3 weeks now remaining of those key systems. And that's under current tempo. That's not if things begin to escalate, which it looks like they are. The Iranian strategy has been one of depletion, a race to depletion. And as I said from the beginning of this war, we vastly underestimated the enemies or the Iranians' missile stockpiles, and we're paying the price for it now. And now it looks to me like neither Trump nor the Iranian leadership nor the Israeli leadership are on the same page. They're all making these maximalist demands. Nobody's very serious about talking. And so up the escalation ladder we go with a merry band of U.S. Marines and 82nd Airborne Rangers to reenact Gallipoli in the Strait of Hormuz. It's not going to end well.
As an Australian, I can tell you Gallipoli, if it's anything like that, is not going to end well. Yaakov, what do you make of Brandon's assessment there that Israel's days away from running out of interceptors?
Just fake news. According to my knowledge, Israel is going exactly by the plan that we did. We even use less interceptors than we thought that we will have to use, because the Iranians do not succeed to launch the number of missiles that we thought that they will. So contrary to what was said, Israel, according to the plan, and we have a plan for another 6 weeks, at least 6 weeks of war. According to the plan, we are now we used up till now less interceptors that had been planned by our Air Force. So I don't know where the numbers came from. Not
the
from
Royal United Services Institute of England, sir.
Very nice place. They don't have a good information about Israel.
Okay.
I'm telling you, the plan that we had from the beginning of the war, we are going according to the plan. We are making even better than had been planned. Mm-hmm. We didn't think that we will succeed to launch the number of aeroplanes that we are using now. We thought that we will have more problems. And the number of interceptors is less than we planned, because unlike what the Iranians had in their mind, they cannot succeed to launch more than 15 missiles a day into Israel, when the plan was to launch between 100 and 200. So the number of interceptors that we use is less than what we had in our mind when we went to the war.
Is it all going according to plan, do you think, Senator Mushahid? What do you think? Speaking to The Economist, Sir Alex Younger, the former head of the British MI6 intelligence agency, claimed that Iran currently does have the upper hand, was his assertion as well. President Trump claims he's already won this war. So who's right? Is it going according to plan, as Yaakov said? Has the US won, or does Iran hold the upper hand?
I think people are entitled to their opinions, but people are not entitled to their facts. And let me state some facts very clearly. I think never in the imagination of Netanyahu or Trump, they thought that the war would be going on the 4th week and Iran would be standing firm and resisting this unprovoked and illegal aggression, or that Iran would have the capability to hit Dimona, which is, of course, close to the Israeli nuclear site, or close off the Strait of Hormuz so successfully. I think plan A was, there was no other plan. There was only one plan, that within 24 hours, we'll knock out the top leadership, and after assassinating the top leaders, the regime would crumble or they would foment an uprising. It never happened. So I think that that's why they're running helter-skelter, and Trump seems confused. He seems worried. He's changing his goalposts, and he knows that this is going to be an unwinnable war without end. And I think Netanyahu is only talking bravado, because basically he has realized that he and Trump are now in a quagmire, and the Iranians are going to stick it out for a longer duration than they ever imagined. No, so it's Iran definitely has the upper hand, and that's why Trump is pleading for peace.
Just to remind you one fact, every day and every night, 600 aeroplanes, Israelis and Americans, are taking off, attacking inside Iran. And at the end of that day, you can say that the Iranians can continue and Israel is weaker than that, in spite of all the success of launching not more than 15 missiles a day. This is the number by the Iranians into Israel, unlike what they had in their plan to launch between 100 and 200. We are continuing, the Americans and us, every day and every night. More than 600 aeroplanes are coming from all over the world by the Americans and from Israel by the Israelis. and bombing Iran, slowly degrading the capabilities of Iran. If this is a success, Iran is very successful.
Well, we dropped 5.39 million tons, or sorry, 5.39 million sorties is what we ran during the entirety of the Vietnam War in the United States on our side, and we still lost the war. So I don't agree that air power is the solution here, unfortunately.
Thank you for raising it, because this is the difference that you don't understand. In Vietnam, it was a statistical bombing. Here, every bomb is going to the target. We don't need to come twice to the building that we wanted to destroy. This is a huge difference, with all due respect. Yes, the numbers in Vietnam were about statistic. How many of the bombs hit the target? Less than 10%. Today, it is around 90%. So it is, yes, you can compare it to whatever you want. You can speak about carpet bombs in the Second World War. In Vietnam, 10% hit the targets. Now 90% are hitting the targets. You understand the difference between the numbers. So to compare it to Vietnam is like to compare it to the Second World War.
Well, what I would say is it is looking like if it's so successful, I don't understand then why we haven't seen any movement on getting the Iranians to stop blockading the Strait of Hormuz, why the economic conditions here in the United States are declining so rapidly, why the political situation here in the United States is deteriorating very rapidly. I don't look at this as a win, sir, because war is an extension of politics through other means. I don't really understand how anybody can say this is going according to plan, because it doesn't look to be going according to plan. So I hope that I am wrong. I say that all the time. I am happy to be wrong.
I don't know to argue about the situation in the United States of America. For sure, you know better than me what's going on there. And I hope that President Trump knows all these facts about America, and he will make his judgment about America. I can speak about Israel. The economy in Israel is continuing. The investments in Israel are growing. The share market in Israel is one of the 5 best share markets in the world, according to the Economist statistics. So we don't feel in our economy or the political side any problem. All the Israelis united behind the government. As you know, the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, wrote in the Economist about that all the Israelis are behind the government. So I don't know to analyze the United States of America. I'm very humble knowing that I don't have all the facts. In Israel, we don't face any problem within the political system. We don't feel yet the economic pressure. It might come, I don't know.
Okay.
And unlike what was published in this institution, we didn't run out of the number of interceptors that we are needing to continue the war at least another 6 weeks. I don't know what will happen afterwards, but at least 6 weeks.
Well, what happens in 6 weeks when this war isn't over? Because I don't think this war is coming to an end anytime soon.
I don't know. You ask questions that I don't know what will happen. Mm-hmm. We have a plan with number of targets every day. What will be destroyed in Iran, and we are doing it slowly but surely. And we destroyed everything that we think is important to minimize the abilities of the Iranians to attack Israel in the future, or to prepare another project of nuclear war and military warhead or a long-range missiles. And we are ready to continue. From our point of view, if it will continue, will not be a ceasefire, it's okay, because we have a list of what should be destroyed. If we finish to destroy everything, from our point of view, we can finish the war. It's from our point of view, it's the end.
Okay.
We don't want anything from the Iranians, but not attacking Israel. That's all. We are very humble in our demand from the Iranians. Mm-hmm. Don't attack Israel. That's all.
Okay. So someone else who has been obviously singing the praises of Operation Epic Fury is the President Donald Trump. He was speaking from the Oval Office, and he says one of their key goals has been achieved, and that is regime change, according to the president. Take a listen to what he had to say a little bit earlier.
We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with. That created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
Senator, what do you think about that? Trump says it's regime change. Is it? Or are these just new faces on the same regime?
Well, you know, this was the old story about the American general who told Lyndon Johnson, I think, that, Mr. President, we should just declare we have won the war and get the hell out of Vietnam. I think that Trump knows that he's been trapped by Netanyahu, probably because of the Epstein files, blackmail or something of the sort. And he wants to get the hell out of the Iran quagmire because he realizes that the longer this war continues, it will be politically debilitating and politically devastating for Trump's own political fortunes in his own country, as Brendan has rightly said. And so I feel that he is looking for a face-saving exit, and he is asking so many other countries in the region that arrange some kind of a face-saving, and that's what he needs. Otherwise, he has changed the goalposts, and he said Mujtaba Khamenei would never be acceptable. Iranians have done what they wanted to do on their terms. They are deciding when to hit, who to block in Strait of Hormuz. Everybody's on their tenterhooks in the region. The oil prices have been hit for a 6. The markets are in bad shape. Shipping, travel, trade, tourism in the region, all up for grabs, as they say. So I think that the war has destabilized not just the Middle East, but most of the world. And the Iranians are in the driving seat, and they're calling the shots very successfully, I would say.
If calling the shot, meaning that every day 1,000 aeroplanes are bombing your facilities and destroying your industrial base and so on, it's a huge success for the Iranians, no question, with the problem that the Iranians are facing before the war about their economy.
But the Iranians are hitting back. Israel has been, for last 3 weeks, most of Israelis don't sleep in their bedrooms. They have been sleeping in their bunkers.
I'm living in Tel Aviv. They succeeded to kill 15 Israelis. That's all. 15 Israelis. Less than
all of the Israelis are sleeping in their bed.
I just came from a board meeting of one of the companies that I am a member. We were there for 3 hours. We didn't feel anything. Twice a day, we have to go for 5 minutes to the shelter, and then we continue like nothing. If you come to Tel Aviv, it's like Karachi today. Live.
Ask people in Dimona or Haifa.
Everything is there. Everything is there. There is one issue in which we didn't succeed yet to have a good solution. This is tourism. Tourists are not coming back. Other than that, nothing in Israel was changed. Nothing. Look to Tel Aviv today. Go to the street of Tel Aviv. You will not find a place in any coffee shop, not in a restaurant.
What happened to the Iron Dome?
What? Sorry?
What happened to the Iron Dome? It was supposed to be invincible.
Iron Dome works very well. 90% success of interception. 90%. The Iranians launched into Israel more than 450 missiles. They succeeded to kill 15 Israelis. That's all. 15 Israelis in 450 missiles. 90% of the missiles had been intercepted. By the way, most of them not by Iron Dome, but by Aero 3. But it doesn't matter.
Brandon, your face, says 1,000 words there. Tell me what you're thinking.
I'm not going to get into the middle of that fight. I'm just going to present to you what I'm seeing from the American side. We came into this war in a very ambivalent fashion. The president had a bunch of objectives. Remember, war is an extension of politics through other means. So he had a bunch of political objectives, and he wanted to get it all done in 72 to 96 hours. Regime change, denuclearization, ballistic missile removal, Iranian naval and air force destruction, and Hamas and Hezbollah no longer being supported, which of course all then connects back to regime change. And the Iranian regime had one objective. It's the same objective they've had for 47 years. Hang on for dear life. And they're winning because of this. So all the talk about sorties and missiles and, time duration and, who knows at this point what exactly is accurate information coming out of the Middle East. But I can tell you right now that from a strategic perspective, the United States has barely accomplished any of its goals. You can say the Navy and the Air Force, okay, we got them. But ultimately, they're still blockading the Strait of Hormuz. They're still having those geoeconomic impacts that is having very deleterious effects, not just on Europe and Asia, but on the United States. And talking about regime change, I have it on very good authority that in November, there's going to be a regime change here in the United States because the president has so badly miscalculated and mismanaged this event. And when the Democrats come in, they're not going to continue this war. In fact, I don't think Trump's going to be in office for another year. I think they're going to impeach him, and I think they're going to get a couple of Republicans to come on side. This thing is going very badly here. And all the discussion about, things being alive and great in the Middle East, I don't see it, and so far the American people don't see it either, and that's going to have very negative consequences by November.
What do you make of that, Yaakov?
I don't know. You speak about something in America. I'm not responsible for America. I'm not an expert for America. If that would be the decision, America is very clear. Our objectives are very clear, and we achieve them slowly but surely.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There is one big issue. That we don't have a solution to. It's the enriched uranium that maybe the intelligence knows where it is. I don't know, and it is still in Iran. This is the only thing which stands between the goals that we put on the table and our success. Other than that, we achieved our objectives. We didn't speak about regime change. We said that we are helping the opposition by weakening the regime. If the Iranians decide not to make a regime change, we cannot make the decision for them. We didn't speak. We cannot guarantee regime change in a country like Iran, 92 million people. They have to make the decision, not if they want to continue to live under this crazy mullah's despotic system. It's their decision, not ours. What we can do, and we are doing, is to reduce the capabilities of Iran every day. We have a plan how every day Iran is weaker when it is regarding to their ability to attack Israel. That is our goal in this war. We succeeded at the beginning to reduce the number of missiles which had been launched into Israel from the Iranian plan of 200, between 100 and 200, depends which day, to averagely 15 missiles. And we know how to live with it. We have very good systems to defend Israel. 90% of the missiles we are intercepting. Yes, from twice a day we have to go to the shelter. It doesn't hurt the Israeli economy.
Okay.
And we are ready to continue.
Go ahead,
But there's
Senator.
also a stark difference. While Israel is ensuring very strict censorship on what's happening inside Israel, especially the damage caused by
There is no censorship in Israel. Not at all. Israel is a democracy.
Iranians are allowing free, unfettered access to Western media, to CNN, to everybody. So why is Israel hiding all its losses?
Why is Israel covering up? In Israel, there is no censorship. The correspondents are going all around Israel. Today, I hosted a lady from the BBC. She came from the north. She's going to the south. In Israel, you can move as a foreigner whenever you want. If you enter to the state, you can go from one side to another. No one is escorting you. We don't worry about letting including from El Arabiya. You can ask the people of El Arabiya. They can come. You can come to Israel and go everywhere. There is no censorship in Israel. I don't know what you invented now.
Okay,
no
I'm just going
censorship in Israel at all.
I've let you respond to that point, but I'm just going to move us back on topic because we're going to run out of time.
The only thing that we don't speak about is what missiles we succeeded to intercept and what missiles we don't. We don't have this information. We go to the enemy.
Okay.
But about numbers, we are open with numbers. No problem.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on and have a bit more of a focus on how Israel is going to be responding to some of the US's movements.
By the way, if I can, I invite you to Israel. You can come. You can go wherever you want. I promise.
All right. We'll take you up on that offer.
Come to Israel and you can go.
All right.
Whenever you want.
We'll do a show from there, and we'll bring the senator in on the line, and we can have a discussion about it. All right, I'm going to move us on. I don't want us to run out of time. Israel was a central partner in launching this war. Some have even criticised the White House, arguing that it was Israel that dragged the US into the conflict. Now, Israeli officials are reportedly worried that they've been sidelined when it comes to deciding when the war should end. A US network is currently reporting that 2 Israeli officials they've sourced say that they are concerned that the US may declare a 1-month ceasefire. And that is something that Netanyahu is going to have to be discussing with his security cabinet. So, Yaakov, I'll put it to you first. Is Israel worried that the US will compromise on Israel's demands and war aims in order to secure a quick end for itself?
This is something which is not in our hands. It happened in...
Is that going to be disappointing? Surely Israel must feel like it needs to trust the United States.
In 15 it happened. The Americans cheated us, hide the fact that they are negotiating with the Iranians, changed their policy, decided to give up all their demands, and instead of dismantling Iran, they decided to postpone and to monitor. And we fought against this decision during the years, as you know, including Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech in the House in Washington.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If you speak about the the hardware targets, if the war is finished now, we did, I think, 80% of what we had in mind from what's important for us.
Mm-hmm. All right,
about the future. No, about the future demands from the Iranians. For example, to take out the enriched uranium, to stop enriching in Iran, to not to let the Iranians to manufacture long-range missiles and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
If that will be ignored by the Americans, it will be very bad for Israel.
Okay. All right. Senator, do you think that the US is going to sell Israel down the river and just cut its losses here?
Trump's basic instinct is about his own political survival. And I agree with Brendan because his own political life is at stake in the midterm elections coming in November. And he knows that it was Netanyahu who really prodded and pushed him into this war or trapped him into this war. And the only way he can end is that if he distances himself from Israel and ditches Netanyahu, because Netanyahu has other plans. He had bigger plans to maybe not just regime change, weaken Iran as they try to weaken other Muslim countries, while Trump's, I think, ambitions are rather limited. And now he realizes that even those ambitions cannot be realized, that he has to deal with Iran, which is standing firm with the same regime which was there before the war. And so he's a transactional president, and he's a president who wants to survive politically, and he'll be willing to do business with the persons ruling in Iran. So I think that for that, he'll have to distance himself from Netanyahu, because Netanyahu is really trying to emerge as the bully boy of the Middle East, and he's not succeeded. And he told Trump probably that soon after the attack on Iran, there will be a popular uprising. The Iranians will come to the streets, and he'll be the victor of Iran, like Saddam Hussein or Bashar al-Assad. Iran is no Venezuela or Saddam's Iraq or Bashar al-Assad's Syria. It's a different cup of tea. The revolution has solid roots, it seems, among the people of Iran. And the people of Iran have rallied behind the regime against foreign aggression.
Yes, they are standing behind the regime.
I'm going to bring Brandon in here. Just one moment, Yaakov. I'm going to bring Brandon in, and I'll come back to you. Brandon, what do you make of that? And do you think that there is a risk that President Trump is going to cut Israel out and do what's best?
I don't know how anybody could say President Trump has cut Israel out of anything in this war. I mean, we've been locked arm in arm into this thing. I don't know where that's coming from. And furthermore, I just would like to say respectfully, and I mean this respectfully, the idea that America stabbed the Israelis in the back at any point in our 50-plus year relationship is frankly ridiculous. The United States has bent over backwards over the course of multiple administrations to try to help the Israelis achieve whatever goals it is they're trying to achieve, even, in my opinion, at times at the expense of our prestige and our honor and our interests. So I would just like to politely push back a little bit here and defend my country's honor and say that absolutely not. We have never stabbed the Israelis in the back. So I think we should not talk like that here. The second point is I slightly disagree with your other the gentleman from Pakistan. I think President Trump, the only reason there might be a month-long pause is because the president is waiting for us to replenish some of those depleted stockpiles that I told you was there, even though I'm being told are not a problem. It's a problem. So we're waiting to replenish some of these systems, and they're also waiting for our ground forces to get into position. At no point, in my humble opinion, was the president ever serious about negotiations with the Iranian regime. It was never a serious thing. He's always been buying time to goose the markets and also to prepare for what I think is coming, which is going to be some kind of amphibious landing, probably along the Iranian coastline, or possibly this insane idea of dropping our troops into the middle of Iran to hunt down nuclear material like it's a Tom Clancy novel. This is where we are. So in my opinion, the United States is committed fully because the government is committed fully to this war. There are no more off-ramps. Up the escalation ladder we go, and we'll see who's burned first, because it looks like right now the Trump administration is locked in. They will lose the midterms. They are going to lose the economy, and it's going to be the American people, again, who are paying for this quagmire in the Middle East, just like we've always paid for. And frankly, the American people are sick of it.
Senator, I've got one for you. When we talk about Israel's demands, one of the key demands, and Yaakov has expressed it here on the show this time around as well, is with regards to nuclear enrichment. President Trump has said that a key expectation during his 15-point peace plan there, that a key element of that will be that Iran can have no nuclear weapons. But Iran's already agreed to that during the Geneva talks, so this doesn't seem to be any different. You were the information minister when Pakistan announced their own successful nuclear tests. Do you think Iran is now more determined to have its own nuclear deterrent than it was before?
I don't think so. Iran took a strategic decision, and it was under the late Supreme Leader Sayyid Ali Khamenei, and he gave an edict on that also, that Iran should not be building the bomb because it's immoral. And this was also corroborated by none other than Tulsi Gabbard in March 2025, Director of National Intelligence of the US, that Iran is not building the bomb. And I think that's a meeting point between the two sides. But it's not about the Iranian bomb anymore. It's about Iran itself, the regime in Iran, the revolution in Iran. And Israel has the plans of Greater Israel, basically. And I agree with Brendan that because of the role of Netanyahu driving the war and egging on Trump, and plus, frankly, the Israeli lobby is so powerful. And as you know, the joke in America is that, yes, Trump had no authorization from the U.S. Congress or the UN, but he had authorization from Netanyahu to go to war. So that shows how powerful the Israeli lobby is, that even the American decision-making process is hostage to the whims of
I do think we should inject here and say the president has his own agency, and he's decided to do this. This is not just – the president is not just this puppet. I mean, he believes. He believes in this. I can tell. I've seen him enough. I've dealt with their team enough to know when the president is being transactional and when he's actually a believer. He believes what these people in his orbit are telling him in the White House, that this is the best way. And that's the really scary thing, is that he's not listening to any alternative opinions, and he hasn't been.
Yes, but the problem for all these anti-Semite suggestions that Israel blackmailed the president, they need it. Because if this is
I didn't say anything about that.
No, I don't speak about you. I'm speaking about the guy from Pakistan who said that the president was blackmailed by the Israelis. Anti-Semite views that you can hear from very intelligent people from time to time. I want to say something about the Iranians didn't want to have nuclear, with all due respect. That could be.
I saw you laughing as Senator Mushahid was talking about it.
That could be argued before we brought the archive of the Iranians from Tehran. And we have the whole plan in Israel. In Tel Aviv, you can see all the details. They had a plan, very, very intelligent one, by the way. Professionally, fantastic one. And to say that all what they did, all the centrifuges and the rich uranium and all that is just for I don't know, for fun and not for having a nuclear military capability at the end of the day, with all due respect, it's not serious. I mean, you need something better than that to argue that the Iranians didn't want to have nuclear military capability. Mm-hmm. How far they had been and how much it will take them to do it, that is questions that should be asked. But about the fact that they wanted to have the ability to produce nuclear military capability, and they were very close. How much close, I don't know, but very close. Mm-hmm. This is part of the reality of the world. Like it or not like it.
Okay. I'm just going to interject just a moment because we understand that there's been an internet issue with Senator who's joining us from Pakistan, Senator Mushahid. So I just...
It's the censorship in Pakistan.
I can 100% say that it is not. I'm sure that he would reject that assertion. And I also just want to put on the record, because I know that the Senator has said it on our show in the past, that he would reject the accusation of being anti-Semitic, so I'm just going to balance the ledger.
No, just to say that the Israelis, that Israel blackmailed by Feinstein, what is his name, papers to force the president to go to war. Based on that, it's not anti-Semite. It's the fact of the world.
Okay, I think we've got Senator back. Welcome back, Senator. We were just discussing your absence there. I just want to ask you...
Just to be fair, I said that your remarks about blocking the president based on Feinstein papers, it's anti-Semite remark, which I think should not be said and not be taken seriously.
Senator, would you like to respond to that? Oh, my goodness. No,
we can't hear you.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Senator. So we will just... I'm sorry, we don't have your audio. So we're just going to stop there. And I'm going to put a question to you, Brandon. You were talking about that this is increasing the escalation ladder now. You said that you don't think the president was ever interested in any kind of negotiated settlement. If Iran was to agree to this 15-point plan, do you think that he would take that out? Or do you think he actually wants an escalation? Or is it unavoidable?
I think it's an escalation trap. I don't think there's anything we can do. Look, the president, if you read the 15-point plan, at least the one that I read, and I don't know if we're allowed to use this term, in Axios, that's where I read it. One of the number 6 of the 15 points was Trump said we will basically punt the ball on the issue of ballistic missiles. And that's one of the, as I noted, one of the key objectives of this war is get rid of the Iranian ballistic missiles. And there he is saying in number 6 of 15, don't worry, I'm going to not address this if we do sit down, which indicates to me that not only was the president probably not talking to anybody in Iran, he was probably talking to the White House walls, and he was trying to figure out what can I do to entice the counterparty, which is intransigent, to come and sit at a big, beautiful table and give me one last off-ramp. The Iranians feel that they've got us by the short hair. They do. The Iranians believe, by the way, that if they don't, quote, and this is what Pezeshkian said a week ago, if they don't bloody America's nose this time, we're going to be back in 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, who knows? We'll be back at some point to replicate what we're doing. And eventually, even a blind pig can find his slop hole once in a while. So eventually we'll hit pay dirt. So the Iranians are not stupid. These are very smart and savvy adversaries, and they have made a very bold calculation, and they are acting in accordance with their ends, ways, and means. This is something the White House failed to understand. They did not brief the president. This is a massive intelligence failure. Yet again, just like 2003, this is an epic intelligence failure, and here we are stuck in a quagmire. There is no off-ramp. The only thing president can do is either engage in a self-humiliating withdrawal which may be possible still, but I don't think he's going to do that. Or he's going to up the escalation ladder, be humiliated at that level, and then seek an off-ramp. And then from there, who knows? Because we have other parties involved here, not just us. It's the Iranians and the Israelis as well. And the Israelis make it out like they're not going to stop even if we do. So who knows what that means for us in terms of being roped back in again. It's the Godfather 3. Every time we think we're out, they pull us back in. That is exactly where we are now. And the president was never serious about peace talks, obviously now. It's very clear. Okay. And, you know, it is what it is.
We're almost out of time.
One remark, by the way.
Very briefly, Yaakov, and then I'm very briefly, Yaakov, because then I'm going to go to the Senator to wrap us up.
We didn't say that we will continue if the Americans stop. We didn't say it. We said that what the Prime Minister Netanyahu said after conversation with the President, that we want to be sure that our interest will be kept. He didn't say that we will continue to launch, to continue the war without the Americans.
Okay.
He never said.
Okay. All right, Senator, your right of reply to what was discussed earlier. We're almost out of time, so then I'm going to also get you to respond to what Brandon was saying. He says that the US were never interested in negotiating. Do you think Iran have ever been interested in this current iteration in negotiating an end to this conflict now?
First, about the propaganda point made by our friend from Israel, let me make it very clear that this is a classic ploy of the Israeli lobby and the Zionists, that whoever criticizes Israeli expansionism, they say, oh, it's anti-Semitism. Look at Senator Jeff Merkel, who said that, why is Trump behaving like a little pet puppy of Netanyahu? Everybody's talking about it, that it's not just Gaza or West Bank, Israeli-occupied territory. It's also the U.S. political system, sadly. And I agree with Mr. Brendan that the U.S. has not been serious because they deceived Iran twice. And the Oman Foreign Minister, Dr. Badr al-Busaidi, said on 27th of February that Iran had agreed on concessions even more than the deal that was made with Obama in 2015. Iran was ready, willing, and able to do a deal, but they were deceived by Israel and the United States, and they still went to war for their own ulterior motives. So it's not about the nuclear program, it's about the destruction of Iran and its regime.
Now, though, in this current iteration of negotiations, if we are even at that point, do you think that Iran has any interest now in a negotiated end?
I think so. Iran still has a very strong interest in peace talks, in a genuine peace, not a sham peace, a peace which is durable and lasting, and they'll be willing and ready to do a deal. And that's what they've told their friends also in the region, including Pakistan. But they feel that Trump and Netanyahu, they cannot be trusted because they're acting as the gangsters of the Middle East, and they are about acting as the bully boys, and their motives are not about Iran's nuclear program anymore. It's a larger game plan. They want to politically reshape the Middle East and weaken Iran and establish some sort of Israeli hegemony backed by the U.S. But those plans have gone awry, thankfully.
The whole thing's gone upside down. This entire thing is a waste of lives and money and time. And my God, I mean, this is a complete nightmare. I'm sorry, but
agreed.
Yes, and we should let the Iranians to build their nuclear and missiles and to attack Israel when they decide.
I've never said that. I've never said that at all, sir.
Kind of 7th of October, but
I've never said that.
But
I'm not saying that at all.
What could stop Iran, with all due respect?
The Abraham Accords were the way, and that is gone now because of this war. The Abraham Accords were the solution, and we shredded them for this war. And now we are all going to pay the price.
And Iran joined the Abraham Accord. That's what you have in mind.
For Iran to join the Abraham Accords? Yes. Not under the current regime. It was supposed to be a containment and deterrent strategy.
How they stopped to build the capability to destroy Israel? You know, they had a clock that in 27 Israel should not exist.
Sir,
okay.
Sir, the idea was to replicate what we did with the Soviet Union. It was a containment and deterrent strategy using local partners on the ground so the United States could step back and focus on Asia.
Which local partners you had against Iran?
Okay.
You didn't have any partner against Iran.
We're out of time, gentlemen.
In the region.
We're going to have to leave it there. I know that there is always a lot more to discuss, but The clock is against us. We appreciate you...
Always.
We appreciate you sticking
yes.
with us during some of those technical issues.
But you know what is the alternative?
So, well, look, I mean, at least we have the clock, don't we? Yaakov Amadror, former Israeli National Security Advisor, thank you for being with us. Senator Mushahid Hussain, former Pakistani Minister of Information and Culture, and Brandon Weikert, our resident defence expert, Senior National Security Editor at 1945.com. Thank you to all of you for your really interesting analysis. Thanks for being here.
Most welcome.
And to you watching at home, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Iran has warned of broader and crushing attacks in response to President Trump's latest threats to hit Iran extremely hard over the coming weeks. Earlier today, an Iranian military spokesperson said the US-Israeli attacks on the country had been insignificant. Since then, Iranian media has reported that a key bridge in the city has been targeted. It comes after Trump told Americans he would finish the job very fast during his national address to the nation last night. Let's take a listen.
We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion.
Earlier, US President Donald Trump has shared a video on social media of a strike on a bridge in Kharji, Iran, with local officials saying 2 people were killed. Posting on Truth Social, he said the biggest bridge in Iran has come tumbling down, never to be used again. Much more on this to follow. It is a time for Iran to make a deal before it's too late, and there is nothing left of what still could become a great country, and that is, of course, signed off by President Donald J. Trump. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and also Shane McGinley. And he joins us now, of course, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Thank you so much for joining me, Shane and Gemma. Shane, I want to start with you because right now we are 34 days into the Iran war. We've heard a lot from President Donald Trump posting on Truth Social, urging Iran to make a deal before it's too late. And I think the big question is, there's news coming out all the time, Donald Trump pressuring Iran. What do you make of all that's happening?
Well, I don't really think Iran is going to sort of announce a ceasefire or is the war is going to end. If anything, I think it sort of seems to be escalating. And the comments from Donald Trump in his address to the nation, they weren't very sort of thorough or specific. And a lot of them, he was saying that people are talking about that they've never had such strong military action, and that Iran's sort of military has been annihilated. But I just kind of think back to last year when he said the same about Iran's nuclear capabilities, that had been annihilated. And obviously then we know now that hasn't been the case. So I think Donald Trump's credibility kind of went weeks ago into this war. So, but looking at, like you said, it's day 34. So if you kind of look at where we are, there's a lot that's happened sort of every day. So I picked a couple of things out, the interesting sort of topics. Like if you look at sort of Pakistan, they've made sort of comments. And Pakistan is obviously moderating some of the negotiations between the US and Iran, and they've said that there's a lot of obstacles ahead, and in the efforts to sort of come to a deal. So I think that's coming from an independent source. So I think that sort of reduces the credibility of what Mr. Trump was saying. Then, if we look at what's happened in terms of specifics, in terms of attacks, we've obviously had a lot of the Iranian missiles going through to sort of its Gulf neighbours and various other countries. But I remember yesterday there was a lot of talk here, specifically in Dubai, about the attacks on the 18 US tech companies that Iran named. Everything from sort of household names like IBM, Oracle, Cisco, Google, Meta. It was a long list. So then today we saw that Iran had targeted an Amazon's cloud computing center in Bahrain as retaliation. So that shows that there is a merit to what they say in terms of these threats. And then obviously you mentioned earlier this huge bridge that was targeted by the Israelis and the US side, and there was a lot of damage done to that. And Mr. Trump posted about that, and in retaliation, Iran has said that it's going to target, and it's named several specific bridges in places like Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi. So I think when we look at what happened with the Amazon Center and the threats yesterday, these bridge ones are to be taken seriously. And then there's also been sort of threats to aluminium and steel facilities in the Gulf countries in retaliation again. So I think a lot of it is Iran is ramping this up, while at the same time I think we saw in the speech as well by Mr. Trump in relation to the allies, and he made some comical remarks about the French President Emmanuel Macron. But the French president was feeling in less sort of comical mood when he was asked for his responses, and he basically said that this is not a show. We're talking about war and peace. And he made a sort of very pointed quote today saying about how you can't really trust somebody when they say something one day and then say the exact opposite the next day or the day before. So I think the reason the negotiations with Iran are probably not going particularly well is because there doesn't even really seem to be much diplomatic cordial between the actual allies and the NATO allies. So. I'm not massively optimistic, unfortunately.
And it's really interesting because we talk about this back-channel diplomacy that's happening. And Shane, we definitely getting lines coming out of Pakistan that they're trying to mediate. And also, Gemma's going to speak about this more, but Vladimir Putin has been speaking, the Kremlin, has been speaking to Iranian authorities today. And Gemma, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman received a call from the Russian President Vladimir Putin to talk about political and diplomatic efforts to end the war in Iran. So there is talks absolutely happening.
There are, we're actually seeing quite a lot of developments at the moment. There's a lot of moving pieces, a lot that, isn't being made public. But what we do know is that there was today the phone call between the Kremlin, between Putin and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Now, Saudi Arabia hasn't released a statement about the phone call, what was talked about, but the Kremlin has. And what we're seeing here is a very clear alignment between the two nations on some key issues. Now, they were calling for an immediate ceasefire to the war and additional diplomatic and political negotiations in order to end the conflict. Top of the agenda, obviously, was energy production, transportation, and the effect this war has had so far on global energy security. So the Kremlin said in a statement, they said serious concern was expressed regarding the deteriorating military and political situation in the region, civilian casualties, and the destruction of strategically important infrastructure. Now, we also know that the Kremlin has been speaking to the Iranian foreign minister because in new developments that just came out this evening, we know now that Russian ships have been going to be allowed to be passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So now they're added to a very short list of countries whose ships are going to be allowed through. But just returning to the phone call, the Kremlin highlighted this strong, mutually beneficial cooperation between Russia and Saudi Arabia. Now, why is this alliance important? So Russia maintains very close ties with Iran, which Saudi Arabia does not. And let's not forget that when Trump needed to open lines of communication with Iran, which he was unable to, he called Putin in order to do that. So Russia is really positioning itself as quite a mediator in this conflict. And they're maintaining relations and they're staying very relevant when it comes to Middle Eastern diplomacy. Now, Saudi Arabia has remained pragmatic about the relationships that need to develop in order to get through this conflict. But obviously energy is the key point here. So these two nations coming together shows that there might be more mediators entering the fray.
Trump has said he's strongly considering pulling the US out of NATO after its allies have failed to back US military action in Iran. He made the comments to the Telegraph newspaper over in the UK. In a news conference held earlier today, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, said the UK is fully committed to NATO. Take a listen.
Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it. It's in our interest to have a strong relationship with the US and with Europe, but I do think that when it comes to defence and security, energy, emissions and the economy, we need a stronger relationship with Europe. I actually think that will help strengthen our relationship with the US.
Dr. Ellie, it's really interesting because Keir Starmer's always trying to keep that special relationship alive. But if the US does pull out of NATO, like Donald Trump is threatening again, not the first time, what does it mean for the members? And can the US actually afford to lose this partnership? But I guess the bigger question is if NATO loses the US, it's going to be catastrophic.
I will not comment on Starmer's points about becoming closer to Europe and all the Brexit thing there. I will leave it at this, but let's focus on the
We can't
US.
talk about Brexit.
A U-turn.
Catalina and I can't go back there.
Exactly. So I'll leave it at there. But again, for the NATO, we have to remember why NATO was formed in the first place, and it was after World War II, and the main aim was to stop or to control Soviet expansion and Soviet threat into the free world, between brackets, as it was called at the time. And this was revisited after the collapse of the Soviet Union to see, okay, do we still need NATO? And the decision was yes, because this military cooperation has become so integral into our armies, into our economies, into our protection, into our political and ideological mentality. So they kept it, and the NATO has been expanding since. Are we at the stage where we reconsider its mission and its raison d'etre, between brackets? Yes, of course, it might be, especially with a president like Trump and maybe another Republican president after him. Definitely, they see the world differently. They see the relation with Europe differently. On the other hand, I don't think it is in the interest of the United States to be out of NATO. I don't think any president can take that decision. As we saw now, even in his war in Iran, he did request permission to use the bases. He did use the shared intelligence. He did use the shared strategy and so on. So it is just too much interconnected, especially in the world of today, to simply say, no, I will not have any allies and I will withdraw from these alliances. For Europe, on the other hand, it's, as they have been accused by the US, it has been a one-way street. And they have been receiving the US support and protection, but they haven't been living up to their requirements to increase their military expansion, to improve their own militaries, to actually have some militaries, because some countries don't, and to actually be up to the mission of protecting themselves. All this pressure is helping Europe build up its own capabilities and be more independent from the US. But again, they are far from being independent and from being able to not rely on American support.
Catalina, I feel like Europe is always sort of frustrating Donald Trump at the moment, because we see him hit out at the UK and France, don't we? Quite a lot. By my reading, I was trying to look at loads of articles to see how many times he's criticised these countries, and it's in double digits, let's be honest. And Europe just seemed to keep their cool. But how are they responding now to these latest threats from Donald Trump that he is going to leave NATO, and he's got this big speech, we mentioned it before, and he's actually said he's disgusted with NATO. So I think a lot of people are probably watching to think, what is he going to do?
Exactly. And I think that Europe has remained defiant against Donald Trump. And this just has made them more unified in what is their own narrative or their own reason for not having joined the war with Donald Trump, the war in Iran. So if you want the exact answers, we just heard UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He's maintained his position since the beginning that this is not their war, and the UK maintains a defensive position to protect its British nationals. He says that each time he's talking on the phone to Donald Trump, it's Donald Trump is trying to pressure him into joining the war, and he's going to maintain his position that they're not going to join. It's not their war. So Poland also, he responded directly. The Polish Defense Minister responded to Trump's comments on NATO. He said, warned that there's no NATO without the U.S., and there's no strong U.S. without also its allies. So that's one way to see it. And then Germany also, a spokesperson, reacted to Trump's comment saying that they also remain committed to NATO, which is the same thing that UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is saying. So maybe they're joining into the phone calls and saying, maintaining the same narrative towards Donald Trump. France also pretty vocal. We've also heard Spain's Prime Minister. He's the most vocal one of them all, saying that this war was a total mistake. And France also lashed out. After Donald Trump also, as you said, he's attacked Macron directly. French presidency expressed surprise at Donald Trump's post, saying that France's position has not changed since the beginning. So they also reminded Donald Trump of what NATO is. This was France's position, saying that it's a military alliance concerned with the security of the Euro-Atlantic region and not, for example, the Strait of Hormuz. They say it's not their geopolitical jurisdiction. So they're maintaining this position since the beginning, Leigh Ann.
And it's absolutely fascinating. Dr. Ellie, go.
Yeah, just to add on what Catalina was saying, I mean, if you think about European national interest, how is it not your national interest to get rid of the Iranian regime? How is it not your national interest to make sure the Hormuz is open? And if the US stops the wars tomorrow and go back home, what is your alternative if Iran keeps closing the Hormuz channel? What would you do as Europe? That's my problem with the rhetorics in Europe. Stuck to their, principles, which is all good and fine, stuck to international law, excellent. But then you are dealing with a regime that does not respect international law and is not willing to cooperate. They even went out of the nuclear agreement as soon as the US withdrew. So they don't care about Europe. They don't consider Europe as a partner. Why would the Europeans think they can get to a deal with that regime?
And one other thing that I think Donald Trump, it has been quite interesting because he's called on his European allies to help with this Iran war, to use their bases to refuel. A lot of those have been rejected. And also, he's highlighted how some of the Europeans' military assets are actually not up to scratch, Dr. Ellie and Catalina. Remember the UK? They said they were going to send an aircraft carrier. I'm not even sure if it's here yet. Maybe it is. But it had to have loads of repairs. It seems that actually all the military hardware, NATO needs to spend more, and Donald Trump's definitely highlighted the weaknesses.
It is, I guess, an ideological stand where Europe have fell into the comfort of saying we are people who don't want to conduct wars. We are people who don't want to solve our problems through military operations, which is very nice in principle. But is the world there, or do we still have in the world people like Putin, like the Iranian regime, like China, like, I don't know, other factors who are willing to use military? And what do you do in that case? Do you go back to your big brother, the US, and say, come, please defend me? Or do you at least keep the minimum of military equipment and military requirements? We've seen as soon as there were talks about, preparing a European army, we've seen all the European youth not even willing to volunteer or to be recruited into the army because by principle they are against war. So it is also part of Donald Trump's ideological war, if I may say, against wokeism, and he wants to have his right-wing friends in Europe go back to power and change the mentality and the way Europe functions.
Buckingham Palace has announced that King Charles's state visit to the United States will go ahead. There were calls for the royal trip to be delayed because of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, but it's understood the King and Queen Camilla will travel to the US in late April to mark the 250th anniversary of America's independence. Taking to Truth Social, President Donald Trump said, "Melania and I are pleased to announce that Their Majesties, the King and Queen of the United Kingdom, will visit the United States for a historic state visit from April the 27th to 30th, which will include a beautiful banquet dinner at the White House on the evening of April the 28th. The momentous occasion will be even more special this year as we commemorate the 250th anniversary of our great country. I look forward to spending time with the King, who I greatly respect. It will be terrific." There we are. So we hear from Donald Trump on Truth Social again, talking about the visit. Many people might feel surprised that this visit is actually still going ahead because we've just been talking about the conflict in the Middle East. What do you make of this state visit? And do you think it will be helpful to mend that special relationship after Donald Trump's had a few choice words for the UK?
Well, look, this is taking place against that backdrop of the deteriorating relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom, particularly with President Trump and his pretty fierce criticisms of the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. In one of the posts saying that the UK needed to get the courage up to take action, send its boats to get the oil, go get your own oil, President Trump said, to now be sort of, well, you've got the royals being rolled out again in some regards. Look, the trip was long planned, so it's not something new, but there were definitely some concerns that those tensions that we're just talking about would have set this off course, would have disrupted this planned visit. But it appears it's all going ahead, and yet President Trump seemingly, you wouldn't know that it's against the backdrop of this deterioration in the special relationship. President Trump fiercely criticising the UK as just one of the NATO allies he's taken aim at. And of course, the other very uncomfortable situation for the royal family when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and the links there with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and the actions that have been taken. Nonetheless, President Trump saying it will, Leigh Ann, be terrific. It will certainly be interesting.
And what's really terrific, we must mention, is that King Charles will bring his soft power. And we know that Donald Trump loved the Queen, his mother, before she passed away. And we know that Donald Trump loves the spectacle of things. He loves the pomp and pageantry. So maybe this will actually mend ties. But I also want to bring a breaking news line to you now that we're talking about this. A US judge temporarily halts President Trump's White House ballroom construction project. So one thing we know is the ballroom won't be ready in time for King Charles. But Michael, on a different angle, a Democratic congressman is calling for the King to actually meet the Epstein victims in the US when he comes to visit. And I wonder if this is actually something that we could possibly see happen.
Well, I think if Diana was still alive, it would certainly be something that would happen. But I wonder if this might be an opportunity for perhaps the King or his wife, Camilla, to show a different side of themselves. And for one of them, I think it might be a bridge too far for the King to do it, but certainly for Camilla to go and sit and listen and validate and hear the victims, because there is such a, obviously with the King's brother being connected to Jeffrey Epstein, there is a real obvious tie there between the monarchy and these victims, and between certain British politicians with the victims. So why not, and this is one of the things that I've argued for a long time when we've talked about this, is get ahead of the story. Yeah. And if he were to do something, he wouldn't even need to have the press there. Just the fact that the press would know that one of them had gone in, or there had been a select few victims who had been brought to Camilla, I think it would be an opportunity for the monarchy to start to repair its relationship, to win incredible brownie points with the victims. And also, it would be a bit of a buffer where maybe some of the pressure might be taken off off Donald Trump and the administration to release more of the Epstein files, because there would actually be a couple of days where you could tell, where the press could tell some really good, positive human interest stories, because you would have the victims who I'm sure would then be recounting what they talked about. And those moments don't come along too often. I don't think it will happen after I've spoken about it for a couple of minutes. I don't think it will happen because so far the monarchy, the royal family, has been too careful with this, but it would really, I think, do them a world of good on both sides if they were actually to meet and have some of the conversations that Roughana is suggesting might happen.
We're going to have a bit of a change here. Should VAR be scrapped? More than 3/4 of Premier League fans certainly think so after a recent Football Supporters Association survey. The majority of fans believe the video assistant referee has a detrimental effect on the game, and they feel annoyed by the reduced spontaneity. So, Jono, we've had a bit of a gear shift there, so let's talk a little bit about VAR. Tell us more about the survey that happened and what the findings were.
Taking me firmly out of my comfort zone with this one, but yeah, I mean,
me too.
They're striking. Look, VAR has lost the confidence of supporters, but we're not talking about people who are at home supporting from the sofa. This is people who are in pitches. And the supporters, the Football Supporters Association, asked 8,000 Premier League fans, and 3/4 says, no, I don't like VAR, I hate it. So what's telling about this is its criticism on, it's not one or two issues, there's a few here. The entire match day experience has been affected by VAR. So what currently happens is VAR is making football less enjoyable, less spontaneous, less emotional, more than anything else. Because when you're at a game, you have that natural rhythm of football, supporters celebrate a goal. Now what you have to do is you celebrate the goal, but you celebrate a little bit. Then you wait, you second guess whether they're allowed to even have that moment of joy. And then there's a couple of minutes where they look through the footage, and then there's an instant release that is missing, because normally it would go, boom, ball's in the back of the net, goal, everyone cheers. We don't get that now because we got to wait for VAR to make up its mind, which for somebody sitting at home, it's fine because they'll fill it with fluff. They'll look back at some of the highlights. They'll look back at the goal again. For fans in the stadium, they have to sit in almost silence while they wait for VAR decisions to be made. And people are getting annoyed about the delays, the lack of clarity that's in the stadium, and the feeling that this is built for a TV audience and for viewers more than somebody who's actually paid good money to be on the ground. So it's interesting because I guess it means fans aren't against technology. They didn't say that at all. They said, yes, technology has a place in football, but can somebody make VAR a bit more instantaneous? Which realistically, I guess, is where it probably should be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I find it fascinating too because most sports have VAR now. If you watch the big talk rugby matches, tennis, everything has VAR now. Not even linesmen in most sports anymore because VAR is so effective. And sport is worth so much money. Advertisers, you've got to get it right. But Rauya, you know, we hear the fans and the supporters complaining about VAR because they're probably sitting in a cold stadium waiting for the results. But is a ban likely? Because we're going to see even more VAR coming up in the World Cup that we're going to see. Once again, big money involved in that with advertisers.
Absolutely. I don't think it's going anywhere. The VAR is here to stay, regardless of all the complaints and the criticism of football fans. One of them is my son, by the way, who's a diehard football fan, a diehard Arsenal fan, and I think he chose to study in the UK, specifically in London, so he'd be able to go to the Emirates Stadium and watch all the games. And he keeps telling me that the VAR is a buzzkill, that's for sure. It kills the joy of watching the game in the stadium itself. The waiting, the wasted time until the result comes out is very frustrating for fans. But I think it's not going anywhere. It's here to stay as long as the Champions League uses it, as long as the FIFA mandates it. And we're going to see an expansion of its use during the World Cup that's coming up in a few months. I think that maybe, regardless of all the criticisms, maybe there will be some tweaks here and there, but it's definitely the VAR is here to stay.
I always wonder, you remember there was that famous goal, the hand of God it was called. I think it was Maradona. Yeah. I don't know, maybe someone could tell me from that. But I wonder if VAR, if that was then, would have that been a goal? Because that's
what they're saying. Like, that's what they're saying. They're now saying a lot of these iconic moments that we remember from football would never have actually happened because VAR would have taken that out of the equation. And also a lot of penalties wouldn't have been awarded. There's a whole lot of things that it takes away from that spontaneity. And although we're adding this element of, it's rigid now and it's VAR and we know exactly what we're getting, they're just saying, can it not be a little bit quicker? Like ChatGPT can turn around and do an essay for me in less than 30 seconds. Surely VAR can say the ball is in, the ball is not in, instantaneously. It just makes sense.
Jono, I hope you don't use ChatGPT as a journalist, just putting that out there. But anyway.
Might have used some big words from it.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English, live from our English headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth tells a briefing that the next few days in the Iran conflict will be decisive, and he says that there have been major desertions from the Iranian armed forces. We ask what progress on the diplomatic front. And Gulf states are calling for a de-escalation and for restraint. They're cautioning against targeting Iranian energy infrastructure. We ask, is Washington listening to those Gulf allies? And Iran's ambassador to Lebanon refuses to leave the country despite being declared persona non grata and being ordered to leave. We ask, why won't he leave Lebanon? And what can the Lebanese government do about that? Hello and welcome to the programme. The Iran war rages on, with Israel and Iran continuing to carry out strikes on each other. Well, footage from the Iranian Red Crescent shows streets covered in debris and rescue workers searching for survivors. This after an Israeli strike hit residential areas in the capital, including on its western side. Meanwhile, air raid sirens bled out across central Israel after an Iranian missile struck a residential area, wounding 6 people there. Well, civilians appear to be paying the highest price. More than 1,900 people have been killed in Iran, and 19 have been killed in Israel. Meanwhile, the US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that US strikes are taking a serious toll on Iranian military morale, leading to widespread desertions and shortages of key personnel. He also warned Iran's leaders that they should be wiser than the last regime. Well, despite the damage, experts say that Iran's forces remain a stubborn foe. Well, after more than a month of warfare, now entering its 5th week, in fact, US-Israeli strikes and Iran's ongoing attacks on Israel and neighboring countries are fueling regional chaos. Well, here's what the US Defense Secretary had to say a little earlier on.
The latest intel is clear out of CENTCOM. Our strikes are damaging the morale of the Iranian military, leading to widespread desertions, key personnel shortages, and causing frustrations amongst senior leaders. President Trump doesn't bluff, and he does not back down. You can ask Khomeini about that. The new Iranian regime should know that by now. This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. Just 1 month in, only 1 month, we set the terms. The upcoming days will be decisive. Iran knows that, and there's almost nothing they can militarily do about it. Yes, they will still shoot some missiles, but we will shoot them down.
Well, we're joined now by Van Hipp, who is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the US Army and author of The New Terrorism, How to Fight It and Defeat It. He joins us from Washington. Mr. Hipp, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Before we cross to you, thank you. We heard a clip from the US Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who says that in the last 24 hours, we've seen the lowest number of missiles being fired from Iran. We've also heard him say that US strikes have been causing widespread desertions in Iran. I'm wondering what you read into that.
I think it's pretty significant. And there's already talk that there is some sort of a rift now beginning to grow between the mullahs and the IRGC, which is good. And Tom, I go back to February 28th when President Trump announced Operation Epic Fury. He told the people of Iran to stay sheltered, to stay in your homes. He's not told them to come out yet. I think that is significant because I would say 75 to 80% of the people of Iran have had it with this Islamist terrorist regime. Majority have had it and can take over their country. What I think President Trump is trying to do, as well as make sure that Iran never has a nuclear a weapon, is to have a situation on the ground where the people can come out of their homes. They can come out of their shelters, and they can take their country back without getting slaughtered and butchered like they were before. And one other thing very significant, I think, along these lines was what General Kane also said at the press conference, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He noted that for the first time, we have air superiority where the United States, with our B-52 bombers, are actually able to fly over Iran and begin taking out further targets and with pinpoint accuracy, and really their whole defense infrastructure, which would prevent them and keep them from reconstituting that ballistic missile capability and that nuclear capability. So that's significant.
Indeed. I'd like to talk to you, though, Mr. Hipp, about where you see things heading to from here and what sort of degree of spread we're seeing in this conflict. We're hearing from Iran's Revolutionary Guard saying that as of tomorrow, the 1st of April, they're going to be targeting US companies in the region in retaliation. We've also seen, Yemen has now entered this war. Iranian missiles have entered Turkish airspace. We've seen Lebanon, the GCC, Iran, Iraq, all drawn in, as have some parts of Syria with attacks from across the border in Iraq. I mean, do you see this conflict spreading further before it comes to an end?
No, I think Secretary Rubio had it right when he said that he sees us accomplishing the mission within weeks rather than months. And I think you're seeing less and less of these attacks. They have less and less capability to respond. And that's why I think it's so significant now that we're actually conducting overland missions. And now normally you have about 40,000 U.S. troops in the region, ships, various bases there throughout the region. You've got 50,000 now, so they've upped it to about 10,000. We have more Green Berets, more Navy SEALs. You've got a combat brigade from the 82nd Airborne Division headed to the region. All of these things are designed to give President Trump all the options he needs. But as Secretary Hegseth said, we don't want to do militarily what we can accomplish diplomatically. So it's a parallel track, military operation and a diplomatic operation going on at the same time.
OK, let's talk a bit more about diplomacy. And I'd like to refer to some of the comments that have been made by President Trump in the last 24 hours. He's been saying to some traditional allies, notably the UK and France, they've been unhelpful, telling them to get their own oil from the Strait of Hormuz and saying that the US won't be there for them because they weren't there for us. Is there a widespread sense in Washington that America's traditional allies and its NATO allies have somehow let you down?
Well, some have and some haven't. I do give credit to the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte. Last weekend, they announced 22 countries had come together, many NATO allies, together with Japan, South Korea, and Australia, to sign an agreement to work with us to open the Strait of Hormuz. And I give the Secretary General a lot of credit. And he has proven to be a very good ally. And Japan has committed naval assets, and I got to believe that's their mine-sweeping capability, probably some of the best mine-sweeping technology in the world. And before you can have escorts of vessels going through the Strait of Hormuz, you got to be sure that there aren't mines there. And so they're going to have a mine-clearing operation, not only for the mines that are there, but I'm also concerned of what Iran could do until that time occurs. I think the United States did do the right thing about a week ago when we began taking out various fixed missile sites all along the coastline of the Strait of Hormuz. So the groundwork has been laid. The president has the options.
OK, but I think your allies, I'm talking about Washington's allies rather than your personal allies, don't feel like they were much consulted at the get-go. And if President Trump wanted a coalition, they might argue, why didn't he try building one before the war got started? Because
I think President Trump was concerned about leaks. And even with your best allies, if more people get involved, the greater chance of leaks. And that would destroy operational security. I think so much of the success that we had. I mean, to use an old American football analogy, we're going into the red zone right now. So much of the mission has been accomplished. Their military, their Navy, you name it, has been significantly degraded. So we're going into the red zone right now. And a lot of it was because of that quick, decisive action early on. And from an operational security standpoint, the president made the decision, I think the right decision, that he had to do this and prevent any chance of leaks to the Iranian regime.
OK, thanks for helping us decode that one. One thing I'd also like your help on is a report I read in the Wall Street Journal that says that President Trump is reportedly considering ending the war even if the Strait of Hormuz remains either closed or not entirely under control. If that's true, I mean, wouldn't it be impossible for President Trump to sell the conclusion of this conflict as having been a victory for the United States?
I agree with you. I read that as well, and I agree with what Secretary Rubio said. He debunked that and said the Strait of Hormuz will be open. Not only is 20% of the liquid natural gas for the world flows through there, 25% of the seaborne oil for the world flows through there. And what's interesting, if you go back, President Trump, there's video footage now surfacing from the late 80s of them private citizen Donald Trump talking about the Strait of Hormuz, talking about the Karg Island, you name it. This is an issue that he studied for a long time. I'm with Secretary Rubio. The Strait of Hormuz will be opened.
Okay. I want to ask you about an article that you wrote about 4 weeks ago in which you said President Trump has made America safer for future generations and that he doesn't kick the can down the road, you said. Do correct me if I'm misquoting you there, but I'd like to ask you if you stand by that and what you think has been achieved so far.
I certainly do. Every United States president since George W. Bush has said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Republicans and Democrats alike. His Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, reminded folks that we've been at war for 47 years, and she urged President Trump to finish the job and finish off this Islamist terrorist regime for good. So many Americans have lost their lives, and you just can't allow a regime that has threatened death to America to have a nuclear weapon. And They have all the capability. I mean, all the ingredients. The ballistic missile capability, we're seeing now a lot further along with that range of those ballistic missiles. That's the mechanism, the delivery mechanism, the enriched uranium. Rafael Grossi, the director of the IAEA, has said there's probably close to 400 kilograms of enriched uranium at 2 different sites in Iran. And don't forget the miniaturized nuclear warhead that Iran got from the infamous Pakistani scientist, Dr. A.Q. Khan. And oh, by the way, when we look at what North Korea has, surprise, surprise, those same capabilities. The Shahab missile of Iran, we take it apart, it looks just like the Tapadong missile from North Korea. They have been the exporters of this technology. And so, and also there's a reason why they're neighbors. 11 Arab countries went to the United Nations 10 years ago to have them declared as a state sponsor of terrorism. So this president could have kicked the can down the road, but he acted courageously and did something that no other president has done before, and that is to once and for all take care of business and ensure that this Islamist terrorist regime that has threatened death to America never has a nuclear weapon. And I think my children and my grandchildren will live in a much safer world because of it.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, there's a lot of speculation about a ground invasion. We don't know what form that's going to take and what its objectives are going to be. But just picking up on what you were saying there, I'm wondering whether part of the ground invasion sort of mission and objective could be to retrieve some of that near bomb-grade uranium that we assume is hidden somewhere underground in a mountainous area of Iran. Do you think that could be part of the rationale for the ground mission?
Yeah, if that happens, of course, the Secretary Rubio thinks this can be accomplished without the use of any ground troops. We're not there yet. And that debate is obviously going on in the administration. They want to, we've got to get that enriched uranium out of there. And I think that's what the Trump administration is trying to do now is to negotiate getting that out. Because if they do have to go in there, that is a very complicated process. You can't just go in there and get it out. There are 2 sites we're concerned with at Isfahan and also a mountain called Pickaxe Mountain, which is right by Natanz. And Tom, I got to tell you, they've got granite on top of this of the area where we believe the enriched uranium is, and there's satellite images over the last few weeks showing that they poured concrete on top of that. That mission, you have to have real experts when you do a radiological extraction mission. It's very complicated. You've got to secure the site. It's a very complicated process, and they're in canisters. These are like scuba tank type canisters that contain this. So, but a lot of thought is going into that, and that would be one of the options.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you very much indeed for your time, Van Hip, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the US Army. Thank you for your time, sir.
Great to be with you.
Well, we can bring into the conversation Sir Liam Fox, who is the former UK Defence Secretary and also the former UK Secretary of State for International Trade. Sir Liam, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Pleasure.
I mean, ties between London and Washington look like they are quite strained at the moment. We've heard President Trump saying to the United Kingdom, go and get your own oil from the Strait of Hormuz. And he's also saying the United States might not be there for allies like the UK because they weren't there for the US. How seriously damaged do you think ties are at this stage?
Oh, I think political ties are strained, but I think the underlying special relationship based as it is on security considerations and defense considerations worldwide is perfectly fine. And I think that, it's been said before, President Trump, take everything he says seriously, but nothing he says literally. And I think that it's important to remember that the special relationship, which has endured for decades, is basically one that's dependent on security and intelligence sharing, which is uniquely strong between the UK and the US. It's in the interests of both countries, and it's in the interests of neither to diminish that relationship in any way.
Well, the US Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, said a little earlier on, he said, quote, last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big, bad Royal Navy that could be prepared to do things like that as well, referring to this operation to retake control of the Strait of Hormuz. He seems to be saying the Royal Navy is ill-prepared and absent, and I'm wondering how you respond to that.
Well, there are two different elements to that. Whether it's absent or not is not dependent on the state of the Royal Navy. It's the state of its political masters in terms of how it's willing to deploy it. And I think that the British government made a mistake in not forward deploying a number of our assets, even if they weren't going to be used in an initial operation against Iran. They would have been well placed to be there to help defend our allies in the region, and it would have sent a strong political signal. That chance was missed, and I think that's the failure of the current British government. The state of the armed forces, however, needs to be thought about again, because Britain is carrying an independent, continuous at sea nuclear deterrent, working alongside the United States as part of global deterrence against nuclear attack. Britain has just developed its and built the 2 new carriers, along with the carrier support elements, which have been, for example, in the South China Sea, carrying US Marine Corps F-35s. So the idea that the two countries are not cooperating is just not real.
Well, President Trump has said, well, it's not just the UK, but France, he says, is unhelpful. Well, I can understand why when they requested the use of bases and they requested airspace overflight and were denied, why that would have irritated the United States, because all countries depend on the free flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. And I think it's whether or not you think that the timing was right or it was correct for the US to launch the attack on Iran, we all have to recognize now that we have to take a side. We're either on the side of the United States Israeli coalition, or we're on the side of Iran, because the worst thing that can happen is that the regime survives to fight another day, and we know that they will, not only directly themselves, but through their proxies, the Houthis, who have fired on Saudi Arabia in the past, Hamas and Hezbollah. We've got to decide now whether we're going to actually deal with the menace of Iran or not. But, Sir Liam, if the idea was to build a coalition, I mean, why wasn't the rationale put forward by the United States to allies, and for that coalition to have been built up? They seem to have been caught rather by surprise and then put on the spot and told they have to join in without any prior consultation. That's how we're being told they view all of this. What do you say to that?
Well, I think that's a statement of fact. There clearly wasn't consultation. There clearly wasn't a collaborative approach to it. And then the United States is simply telling its allies they must do what the United States tells them. When you're working in an alliance, you need to behave as an alliance, not where one partner acts unilaterally and tells the others what to do. So I think that there have been faults on both sides here. I think that a lot of the European elements of NATO have been too slow, but I think the United States have lacked a collegiate approach to their NATO allies.
Just going slightly off-piste with this discussion, it's been announced today that King Charles III is going to undertake a state visit to the United States in April, so next month. This, of course, to celebrate the 250th anniversary of American independence. Do you think it's fair to say that President Trump is rather fond of the British royal family, but that he doesn't have much patience for Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer?
Well, that goes for a great number of people in the United Kingdom as well.
OK, do you think that state visit is going to help patch things up?
I think the state visit is part of a natural pattern of behaviour between the two states. This is the head of state of the United Kingdom visiting the head of state of the United States. It's there to show the strength of the relationship. And if anything, it's actually there to show that it doesn't depend on individuals politically on one side of the Atlantic or the other, or the nature of those governments, that the relationship endures because the relationship between the states, between the people of the states, is strong and enduring.
OK, let's go back to talking about military operations in the Strait of Hormuz. I'd like to ask you what you read into the reports of a ground operation, a ground invasion carried out by the United States. Do you think that's imminent?
Well, there are a lot of people who will see the logic in the seizing of Karg Island on the basis that it increases the United States' leverage in any negotiations with Iran, assuming, and this is a very big question, that there are people in Iran who actually have sufficient authority to make it worth speaking to them and can deliver on any agreement that might be reached. But leaving that aside, It would give increased leverage to the United States to be able to say to the state of Iran that if they do not allow shipping to travel freely from our allies to their customers in other parts of the world, then Iran itself will not be exporting any oil. That would leave Iran without any national income, and given the economy's on its knees, it could be a potentially fatal blow to them. So if the Iranians insist on having this ridiculous policy of we control the land, therefore we control the sea, then more than one can play at that game. It's an escalation that Iran is asking for.
So were you to advise the United States, would you advise them that they should indeed proceed with the ground operation?
Well, I think it's very difficult to be able to have the leverage without that. It carries risks, of course, in terms of American casualties and therefore of political consequences. In the United States, governments have to fight elections. In Iran, they simply execute their enemies. And therein lies the moral difference between the two.
Iran says they're waiting for the US troops arriving on the ground. And of course, Iran has as many as 600,000 active duty personnel. I mean, with the numbers we've seen being deployed to the region by the United States, do you think they've got enough manpower?
I think that there are no air defences of any note left in Iran. I think that their navy has been very badly degraded. I think the IRGC, therefore, has a limited reach in this. Yes, of course, they could cause American casualties, but they would, of course, bring far more heavy American fire in retaliation against them. And, of course, when they say that they're waiting for American troops and will set fire to them, as they said yesterday, they also said the Supreme Leader wasn't dead. They also said that the head of the Navy was not dead, neither of which were true. So you have to take anything coming out of Tehran as being propaganda rather than, I think, intelligent comment on the situation.
OK, just a couple of quick questions before we wrap up. We've been listening a lot to Pete Hegseth, US Defense Secretary today, who says in the last 24 hours we've seen the lowest number of missiles fired by Iran. He also talked about widespread desertions in the ranks of the Iranian military. I just wondered what you read into that.
Well, the second case may well be true, and one of the key determinants in what happens in Iran will be what the population of Iran ultimately do. Regimes are not overthrown by external activity. They're normally overthrown by internal activity, and how the people of Iran react when the bombardment ceases and they're able to exercise some degree of freedom again is very key. So the fact that there would be desertions wouldn't be surprising, because if you think back to 1979 and the revolution, many of the Shah's security apparatus deserted when they thought it was A, safe to do so, and B, that someone else might ultimately be in charge. And that may well be part of the thinking of the internal forces at the present time. But of course, it would be expected, I think, that the number of Iranian both drone and missile attacks would be diminished. First of all, they have used up a lot of their supply. Secondly, a lot of the sites that would be delivery sites have been destroyed. But thirdly, they know that whenever they do fire missiles, the signals are sent as to the origin of the firing of those missiles, which makes them an obvious target for the United States or Israel. And therefore, I think it's likely that they would husband the resources that they have and to utilize those resources when they want to make a political point, rather than seeking to make any real military gain. What they have tried to do so far is to drive a wedge between the United States and its allies in the region, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Bahrain. I think, if anything, all they have done is to consolidate those relationships and to get those countries to urge the United States to finish off the regime, because having a partially decapitated regime might be more dangerous than it was before. So I think there will be a lot of internal advice to the US, urging them to make sure that they finish the job and that they don't back out while the regime has a chance to survive.
OK, and just last, we've got about 30 seconds before we finish. One of the other things Pete Hegseth gave indications of in his press conference today was about the timeline. He said it could be 4, 6, 8 weeks or any number, he said. What's your hunch? What sort of a timeline do you think we're looking at before this comes to an end?
Well, I think the last thing you would want to do as the American Defense Secretary, and I fully sympathize with him, is to actually tell the Iranians what it was you were intending to do. And therefore, keeping any timelines vague is exactly the right thing to do to keep them off balance, to actually carry out a war plan via international media so that your enemies know what you're going to do would not be a sensible thing to do. So I think his purposely vague tone today was exactly right.
OK, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, and sorry to hurry you. Sir Liam Fox, former UK Defence Secretary, thank you for your time, sir.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Well, I'm joined now by Gina Abercrombie Winstanley, who is a former US diplomat and a distinguished non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council, who joins us from Washington. Ambassador Abercrombie Winstanley, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We are at this point in the 5th week of the war. More than 4,750 people have been killed so far, most of them in Iran, more than 1,000 of them in Lebanon. And we're hearing from, for example, the White House Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, that the US operations are, quote, proceeding according to plan. The president says things are on track. How do things look to you?
Thank you so much for having me. Well, I believe that we have seen many different iterations coming out of the White House since the beginning of this conflict. And we heard from the Secretary of Defense this morning saying that the Iranians still have the capability to use missiles to strike back. He's stating what we already know, what we've seen. This is in spite of week after week increased strikes, intense strikes, and saying that we had decimated their ability. This is an indication, certainly from the Secretary of Defense, that what was expected at the beginning of this conflict is not where we are now. But in every war, plans are living documents. They change as they meet the realities on the ground. So I would say from the beginning, no, things are not going as planned, but those plans have changed, and the administration, certainly the U.S. military, is extremely adaptable, and we are where we are today.
But Ambassador, a lot of the people we're speaking to are giving us this sense that somehow they think President Trump underestimated Iran as an adversary, and that he's bitten off more than he can chew. Would you subscribe to that?
I would. I think there was a lack of expertise, certainly from the department. The president uses special envoys, people who are personally loyal to the president, friends, real estate moguls, but not people who have a deep understanding of the history in the region, the Iranians themselves. Those of us who were working in the region during the Iraq-Iran war remember the horrific losses that the Iranians took during that war without any suggestion that they were going to surrender, to submit. And so just that incident with the United States was certainly observing should have given pause to anyone thinking that a quick decapitation of leadership, shock and awe, would have a long-term impact on how the Iranians decided to prosecute this war.
Right. I mean, it's not just the US that seems to think everything is on track. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is quoted as having said more than half of the operation's military aims have now been achieved. So perhaps that gives us an indication about timeline that, according to him, we're about halfway through. But would you say the aims of the Israelis and the aims of the Americans are aligned?
At times, certainly. That's how both of us got into this war. However, from the beginning, it is an existential battle for the Israelis. They do believe that Iran, a nuclear-capable Iran, would threaten the very existence of their country. It is existential for the Iranians, certainly for the leadership, those who remain, that if the United States and Israel are successful, they will be gone. Of course, it has never been existential for the United States. The homeland cannot be reached. It was safe. It is why there is such low support for this war. The American people do not understand why we've engaged at this time. That said, certainly Americans want to win the conflict and leave the region and our allies in a better place. That looks increasingly difficult because the Iranians are taking no prisoners with their response. It is a logical response if it is indeed an existential threat.
Ambassador, let's talk a bit about the talks, the diplomacy that's taking place. I mean, there's a bit of mystery surrounding the talks because the United States isn't telling us who they're talking to. Iran's denying they're talking to anybody. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he's offered some insights. He says that there are some internal fractures and he's not going to reveal the identities of the people that the US is speaking to precisely for that reason. Does that sound right to you?
I'm certain it is. I mean, as the Israelis have eliminated a number of the Iranian leadership, even the ones that might have been logically the interlocutors that have been considered pragmatists, I'm thinking of Mr. Laranjani, for example, are gone. With the Israelis taking out Iranian leadership, they are staying hidden. They are staying quiet. That means their communications is difficult. They may have problems with who is in charge, how to communicate, what can be conceded, what should be demanded if there are indeed talks going on. What I do believe is happening is that Iranians and Americans are talking to the mediators, so as often was the case with regard to Oman during the negotiations, passing messages and positions back and forth. So there is some diplomacy going on behind the scene. It just doesn't look like what the president has described.
Right. I mean, we've heard the president issue some pretty strong words to traditional US allies in the last 24 hours. He says, for example, France has been, quote, very unhelpful. He's saying that other countries, I think he singled out the United Kingdom, should learn how to fight for themselves. This with reference to taking back control of the Strait of Hormuz. I wondered how widely felt it is in Washington right now that the US has been somehow let down by its allies.
But that's a challenging one. I mean, certainly the military would want to be in contact with and coordinating with allies. But there is a clear understanding, not only in Washington, but beyond in the United States, that this was an American war of choice. And that as we do not like to get dragged into wars by others, certainly our allies have the same position. So there's a level of disappointment. Certainly it makes the task harder in some degree to work from bases that are not as close as we might like for this campaign. There is an understanding that we went forward, we didn't consult, we didn't inform, and there are costs to that. And certainly the continuing insults from the president do not help. There's an old author who wrote a book about how to win friends and influence people, and insulting them is not the way.
Sure. And I mean, I just want to pick up on that. I mean, do you think a coalition could have been built had President Trump made a case for one and explained the objectives from the get-go to America's allies?
Perhaps. And I say perhaps because no one is regretting the loss of the supreme leader, the difficulties that the Iranian regime is under right now. They were horrific to their own people. They were ostracized from the rest of the international community, things that the international community thought were reasonable steps with regard to modifying their nuclear program, stopping support for proxies who sowed destruction throughout the region. No one's regretting that. However, there are those who would like to get back to some semblance of international law. And certainly the rest of the world is paying the cost of this war that is now in place with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, with the rise in oil prices, other commodities. If the Houthis engage enthusiastically, that's going to have an impact on the Red Sea. And again, it's got an impact on everyone. So consultations beforehand may have helped. softened that road for cooperation. But there was always a great deal of hesitation about getting into this. Certainly the partners in the region understood if it wasn't done well, quickly, and successfully, that they would pay the cost, and they are.
Right, and in the same way President Trump didn't make a case to America's allies, he didn't make a case to the US public either. An opinion poll suggests this conflict is far from being popular in the United States. How much pressure do you think President Trump is now under to end this war?
He's definitely under pressure to do so. It's far enough away from the midterm elections that he thinks he's got some more time. If it does indeed end with a clear concession from the Iranians about their nuclear program, we know that their military capability is far less now, perhaps less support for the proxies, then he can point to something that he has made the region and Americans safer. But we also know that all of the weapons and methods that the Iranians, from them directly and via their proxies, to endanger Americans at least, had nothing to do with their nuclear capability, had nothing to do with their Navy, or their missile capability. It was terrorist activity, IEDs, speedboats, when we think of the USS Cole. And none of that is completely put at bay by this war. But the closer we get to the midterm elections, and certainly Republicans in the House and the Senate are extremely worried and upping the pressure to find a successful way out of this.
Right, and the Iranians are only too aware that the clock is ticking ahead of the midterms, and we're looking at a state where petrol or gasoline, as you call it over there, has crossed the $4 a gallon mark for the first time in more than 3 years. I mean, how? I hated
myself.
Yeah, well, I think I can imagine how that must feel to fill up a car at those sorts of prices. But how soon do you think President Trump needs to end this conflict if he's to mitigate the damage that looks like it's already been done to him and his party in November?
He, I believe, thinks he's got a few more weeks. You know, they've given that timeline of up to 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks. It depends on how it's done. He has laid several markers about how he might do it by saying that the regime has already been changed. Certainly the military capabilities have been decimated, 90% perhaps out. The Navy, Iran is in a much weaker position. The danger, of course, is leaving it as a wounded bear. What might it do to regroup, to exert itself? What pressures might it be putting on its neighbors in the region? The danger for the Iranian regime, because even as we talk about their ability to wait out the United States, they are taking horrific hits, horrific damage to their infrastructure. If indeed we knock out their ability to produce and sell oil, they will be in a horrific position that may do more to undermine their ability to stay in power than the war itself. So I believe the president has a few more weeks, but it really does depend on how clearly and credibly he is able to point to this as successful.
OK, well, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Gina Abercrombie Winstanley, former US diplomat and ambassador. Thank you very much indeed for your time, madam.
My pleasure.
Well, we're joined now by Abdullah Al-Reb, who is an associate professor of sociology, religion and sociological theory at Grand Valley State University in Michigan. Professor, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I wanted to start by talking to you about diplomacy. What progress are you seeing towards an end to the war? And do you think de-escalation is looking realistic at this stage?
Everybody wants de-escalation in the region. But Israel, that's obvious. Iranians are tired of the war. The GCC countries really want this war to stop in order to be able to get back to their development projects. However, it's desirable from countries of region, but the question is how the wars party can save their face. This is a question that people try to figure out, especially in Islamabad meeting, where those four countries sit together and try to find a reasonable way to end this war.
Right. I mean, you mentioned a really important point there, saving face. And that reminds me of a report in the Wall Street Journal today that says, citing sources, that President Trump could consider ending this war even if the Strait of Hormuz remains under Iran's full control. I mean, at the very least, wouldn't the US have to be in control of the Strait of Hormuz to be able to claim any kind of victory?
Yes, if U.S. Army could control it, or at least open the, at least could convince Iranian to open the Strait of Hormuz, that would be a clear victory for Donald Trump right now. But here's the question: do you think Iranian would let them to declare the victory? I think they will face the crisis of legitimation, as Jürgen Habermas say in his philosophy. It's a dilemma, because a victory of any party of this war will be a clear defeat for the other, and they won't like it at all.
Sure. Okay. And I mean, you mentioned as well in your opening statement that Gulf countries want de-escalation and restraint. I mean, do you get the impression that Washington is actually listening to them?
Unfortunately, Washington, and again, it's not only Donald Trump administration. Even Barack Obama administration did the same when they reached the deal in 2015. They don't want to consolidate their allies. However, they want their allies to contribute to their efforts. So, for example, President Trump talked about why GCC countries don't fight with us. Yesterday, the press secretary in White House was talking about financial contribution from the GCC countries. What I think it won't happen. The problem is GCC countries were not partner in this war, in the decision of this war. So why should they risk their interest for satisfying unreasonable war for Donald Trump? Yes, Iran represents a threat to GCC countries, but this is not something happened yesterday. So what happened is, as Washington didn't consulate or talk with its partners here in GCC countries, they won't do anything to help Trump, because they don't know what he wants.
Sure. And I mean, you mentioned that Iran poses a threat to GCC countries, but I'm wondering, as a result of this war, whether you think perhaps Iran poses more of a threat after the war than it did before it. Because, I mean, just thinking about coexistence in the future and a regrouped, emboldened Iran that's learnt from its lessons and it's learnt the techniques of its adversaries, I mean, doesn't Iran therefore represent more of a threat than it did before this started?
Yes, indeed. This highlights the central paradox of the current strategy. A simple pause in hostilities prevents immediate regional catastrophe, but fails to address the underlying strategic imbalances. Without a comprehensive framework that fundamentally alerts Tehran's calculus, a temporary de-escalation merely provides a window for their environment of infrastructures, warfare capability to consolidation of proxy networks. Yes, Iran will put itself together if the war starts now. But here is a question: what's the alternative solution?
Well, I mean, the question is, you know, really, is de-escalation desirable at this particular moment? Would it be better, perhaps, for the United States and Israel to push on ahead with their military campaign and do more damage to make a regrouped, emboldened Iran perhaps less of a risk?
I don't think this war so far is making Iran less risky to the GCC countries. I think Washington being dragged to this war because of based on unrealistic intelligence information being provided by Benjamin Netanyahu. However, the war so far is causing more damage to the future security of Gulf area.
Okay, I wanted to ask you one of the things we heard from Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary who spoke just a short while ago. He was hinting at some fractures in the ranks of Iran's leadership. I'm wondering whether you're seeing signs of those fractures, or do you think that's perhaps an element of wishful thinking at work?
Yeah, as you described it, it's wishful thinking. Okay, you killed the supreme leader, you killed the high-rank officers, but those people are replaceable. A regime who been survived for 47 years with all these challenges, they have some replacement for each position. Yes, their policy remains the same. Usually people who are backup of people who've been assassinated, usually they are more aggressive. They don't enjoy the popularity, charismatic characters within their own people, but they are more aggressive because they want to prove themselves.
Okay, Professor, I want to ask you about something you've written about. You've warned of what you called a shift towards an infrastructure war. And I want to ask you, if we assume, therefore, that de-escalation is not the most likely scenario at this particular moment, what do you think, therefore, the next phase of the conflict looks like?
Oh, the next phase... The next phase bypass traditional military engagements to target the critical civilian and economic nodes of modern states. You know, GCC countries are well developed. So that might involve precise distribution to energy areas, water desalination facilities, and other vital supply chains. So the few days windows that Trump keep changing from 48 hours to 5 days to 10 days illustrates how rapidly these interconnected systems can experience cascading failure, transforming of geopolitical dispute into profound social crisis in the area. That's what everybody is worried about today.
Okay, and one of the other things you've written about is the what you call the fragmentation of the traditional security umbrella. And I'm wondering whether you could tell us a bit more about what you meant by that.
I think the concept described that the transition away from an era where regional security relied almost exclusively on unquestioned U.S. guarantees. States, the GCC states in the region, are increasingly will try to diversifying their defense partnership and investing in localized deterrence. You heard what happened in the last 2 days when they signed some deals with Ukraine to help with developing counter drones and ballistic missiles. So there is a growing recognition that absolute reliance on Washington, D.C. carries inherent risk, particularly given the violent natures of U.S. domestic politics and shifting foreign policy priorities. Basically, D.C. doesn't do what it's expected to do.
Okay, well, perhaps that will be the legacy of this conflict, or one of the legacies of this conflict. I'm sorry to cut you short, but I'm being told we're out of time, but we really appreciate you speaking to us today. Thank you very much indeed to our guest, Professor Abdullah Al-Reb. Thank you again. Now turning our attention to Lebanon, where the Iranian ambassador remains in place. That's despite an expulsion deadline set by the Lebanese government last week. Well, Lebanon's Ministry of Foreign Affairs withdrew Mohammad Reza Shabani's accreditation and declared him persona non grata, citing statements that it considered as interference in Lebanon's internal politics. Well, the move comes after Israel intensified its strikes on southern Beirut. However, Iran remains adamant that the ambassador will continue his diplomatic duties. Let's take a listen.
Our embassy in Lebanon is operating. Our ambassador, given the discussions that were raised by the relevant Lebanese authorities and the conclusions reached, will continue his work as Iran's ambassador in Beirut and will remain there.
Well, to discuss all of this further, we're joined now from Beirut by Makram Rabah, who is an assistant professor at the American University of Beirut. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you with us. We're also joined from Tehran by Mohammed Saleh Sadikian, who is the director of Arab Center for Studies there. Thank you very much, gentlemen, to both of you for joining us. My first question is to Professor Sadikian. Lebanon has invoked Article 9 of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations to expel the Iranian ambassador. And I'd like to ask you, why is Iran refusing to comply with that order?
Thank you for having me, Tom. I believe that there is a genuine issue in this matter, diplomatically and legally, and international conventions related to diplomats. Perhaps it is true that this procedure taken by the Lebanese foreign minister with regards to requesting the Iranian ambassador to leave Lebanon. This could be correct, but if we take under consideration the sectorial law or the basic law or the Lebanese constitution, which stipulates that there's a political sectarianism. Hence, when there is political sectarianism, the Lebanese constitution stipulates that there should be a political agreement, which is a part of, again, the Lebanese sectarian politics. The Iranian ambassador wanted to present his accreditations to the Lebanese president, but appears he was late. But in request from the foreign minister, when he was requested to leave, there was a refusal from the Speaker of the Parliament. There are those who say that the Lebanese president does not agree or agrees. But again, this political agreement that should be in such decisions, it appears it did not occur until this moment. And for that reason, the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament, Nabih Berri, requested the Iranian ambassador not to leave Lebanon. And he feels embarrassed talking about the Iranian ambassador, but he responded to the request of the Speaker of the Parliament, and the Lebanese Parliament prevented him or banned him because the foreign ministry in Tehran had a similar opinion for him to leave and come back to Iran and perhaps come back at a later time if his accreditations are approved. But the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament prevented the Iranian ambassador from leaving.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's let our other guests interject at this stage. As we just heard there, Professor Rabah, Hezbollah is saying one thing. He's saying actually they're saying something quite similar to what Nabih Berri is saying and what the Amal movement is saying. They're all calling this expulsion of the Iranian ambassador reckless. They're boycotting the government. The foreign minister has declared that ambassador persona non grata. And I want to ask you, who has the final say in Lebanon?
The final say in Lebanon rests in the constitution. And it's actually blasphemous to use this logic that there's a segment of the Lebanese society, and here, as Professor Sadikian is framing, it's the Shiites who refuse the Iranian ambassador to leave. The Iranian ambassador is not the problem here. It's the fact that we have a gang of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard running the actual military activities of Hezbollah, and the fact that they are hiding out in hotel rooms and in private apartments across the country, turning Lebanon and its civilian population into human targets, is the actual problem. Not to mention, Tom, that the previous Iranian minister had on his person a pager when the pager attack happened between Israel and Hezbollah. I don't think that same logic applies to the Lebanese Protestants, for example, if Lebanon is to get into a confrontation with the British ambassador. It is unacceptable to use such a logic. First of all, the persona non grata applies to the person of the ambassador, which means that Lebanon still pertains relations with Iran. They're more than welcome to send anyone else. More importantly, acts of sovereignty are not to be interpreted by foreign elements, particularly Iran on this. We did this simply to send a message that we will not allow anyone, including the Iran Revolutionary Guard, to dictate our future. And trying to turn this into a sectarian matter and using the acrobatics of Nabih Berri famed for this is a case in point. Nabih Berri, at the end of the day, did not boycott the government. Nabih Berri is part and parcel of this clientelist system. And if the president of the Lebanese Republic doesn't have the courage to face the Iranian infringement on our sovereignty, Joseph Rajji, the foreign minister, as well as our prime minister Nawaf Salam, had the guts to call him as is. You are not welcome here. And now he is occupying the embassy illegally and he should go to jail. However, given that the Iranian ambassador's allies and Lebanese branch of Hezbollah here have guns and can actually use them against the government like they did before, he has over and over destroyed all the cordial diplomatic relations between Lebanon and Iran by refusing to implement this simple sovereign act by the Lebanese government.
Okay, let me turn back to Mohammed Saleh Sadiqian. Do feel free to pick up on what Professor Rabah has been saying there, persona non grata. So why won't he leave?
The reality is there's an internal Lebanese issue which should not be applied to the presence of the Iranian ambassador in Lebanon. There is non-coherence between the three authorities in Lebanon, the president and the prime minister and the speaker of the parliament. These three are part of the sectarian order. The president is Christian, the prime minister is a Sunni, and the speaker is a Shiite. There are other ministers or Shiite ministers who withdrew because they did not agree or approve this decision made by the foreign minister. And it appears, or according to the information, that there is a disagreement because the decision that was made by the foreign minister, it is said that it is not a governmental decision, it is a partisan decision because he is part of a specific political party, and this party does not want Iran to have an ambassador in Lebanon and in Beirut in specific. Hence, the Iranians now there's some sort of ambiguity with regards to the political situation in Lebanon. And as I said, Nabih Berri, the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament, does not want, and he actually prevented or banned the Iranian ambassador from leaving Lebanon. And he said, you should stay because this decision to expel the Iranian ambassador and to leave Lebanon, he said that did not get the approval of the president of Lebanon or the prime minister or even the speaker of the parliament. Hence, Mr. Nabih Berri believes that this is a partisan decision made by a specific party which the foreign minister is part of and has nothing to do with the Lebanese government or the Lebanese states.
All right.
Hence, there is an internal issue or problem in Lebanon.
All right, let's bring in our other speaker, Professor Rabah. I mean, I wasn't aware that the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations was subject to interpretation on a country-by-country basis. But let's just assume that the ambassador does refuse to leave Lebanon. What can the Lebanese government realistically do about that?
First of all, he didn't have diplomatic credentials to begin with because he is a new arrival. And more importantly, he has no capacity whatsoever. If he wants to play ambassador and go visit Nabih Berri or any of the terrorist groups who are funded by Iran, he's more than welcome to. However, the logic of Professor Sadiqian, where I do cherish his friendship, I don't agree with him that Nabih Berri actually objected to it. Nabih Berri simply did what the Iranians are doing, continually breaching the constitution and the law. If we are to look at similar diplomatic crisis between any countries, and as you know, the current U.S. ambassador to France, Kushner, has been having problems with Macron, for example. We don't see that this is taken outside the realms of diplomacy. However, treating Iran and its embassy as if it's a normal embassy that has soft power and teaches Persian and does like weeks on the history of Iran is very deceptive in this sense. First of all, back in 2013, the security of the Iranian embassy actually executed a Shiite opposition figure on the lawn of the gates of the embassy simply because he was objecting to Iran's fighting in Syria. More importantly, we have seen how the Iranians have taken Arab and Lebanese Shiite blood for granted. So we have to refocus. These people, unfortunately, and here I'm not talking about Iran as a proud nation, I'm talking about the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, Tom, don't have any respect whatsoever to any convention, neither the Human Rights Convention nor the Vienna Convention. I tell you, how do you expect, if let's say now the Druze of Lebanon, who have historic ties with the British Empire, for example, can they veto the Lebanese government taking the credentials away from the British ambassador if he's found in breach of Lebanese law? It's unacceptable for any Iranian, not only my friend, Professor Sadiqian, to teach us about our laws and what's important for us. We, as a proud country, we have the selfish right to protect ourselves against people masquerading as ambassadors, while in fact they are members of a terrorist organization called the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. This is something the majority of the Lebanese share, and the veto right of Nabih Berri or any of these Shiite politicians don't really count.
Okay, let's go back to Tehran. Feel free to pick up on any of the points that have just been made there. And I want to ask you a question, which is, when we look at the history, the modern history of Lebanon, and we see how many times Hezbollah has dragged Lebanon into conflict with Israel, from the point of view of the Lebanese people, I have to ask, what good is Hezbollah doing Lebanon? And can you understand why so many Lebanese people now outright reject Iran's influence and interference as they see it in their country's affairs? How do you reply to that?
This question is actually of two parts. One related to the Lebanese internal issues. Hezbollah is a political party in Lebanon and a member, or they have members of parliament in the Lebanese parliament, and they have ministers. So this is an internal issue. Another part is related to Lebanon. Iran, and allow me to talk about Iran because Hezbollah is defending itself. He is a Lebanese party and part of the government and the Lebanese state. With regards to Iran and the Iranian ambassador Shaybani, this ambassador, the Iranian foreign ministry, sent a request to the Lebanese foreign ministry to accept appointing him as Iranian ambassador in Lebanon or in Beirut. The approval occurred. He received the approval, and Shaybani was sent to Beirut. The ambassador was waiting to present his credentials to the president of Lebanon. There was a delay because of some developments inside Lebanon. Hence, this was delayed until this moment. And afterwards, and of course, when the ambassador wants to present his credentials to the president, the Lebanese foreign ministry, specifically the foreign minister, is the one who said that the ambassador should leave Lebanon by last Sunday. Hence, the Lebanese presidency, nothing was issued by the Lebanese presidency, nor from the Prime Minister's office. And the situation stayed as it was. And the Speaker of the Parliament, Mr. Nabih Berri, who was one of the three authorities in Lebanon, Hence, as I said, that the political regime, constitutionally, it is a sectarian. I do not want to go through the details of this Lebanese system, but again, it is sectarian, and there is a political agreement. And Nabih Berri, the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament, is the one who said and prevented or banned. He said this should not be, and the Iranian ambassador who was appointed in Beirut cannot leave the Lebanese land just because the foreign minister told him so. Nothing was issued by the president nor by the prime minister's office.
Okay.
So again, there's an internal Lebanese issue, and the ambassador should not be a victim of these disagreements.
Okay, Professor, let's bring back in Professor Rabah. Okay, we're hearing there that a different narrative from what you said. We just heard that the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon is somehow a victim, caught in the middle of Lebanon's internal affairs, and we've been hearing about the sectarian tensions that exist in Lebanon. I mean, I want to ask you to pick up on those points and also to ask you whether you think that this crisis could somehow reignite those sectarian tensions and even bring about a civil war.
People who are listening to us would assume that our friend from Tehran is on loop. He repeated himself 3 times, underscoring the fact that the sectarian system in Lebanon allows Hezbollah and Iran to kill its Lebanese people. At the end of the day, regardless of the system itself, if we run a secular system or a sectarian system, Iran has infringed a number of times on Lebanese sovereignty by creating Hezbollah, and that's not true that Hezbollah is a Lebanese entity. Hezbollah was founded by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards in 1985 in the Beqa Valley, and they have been part and parcel of this, and this is with the admission of its former Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. More importantly, it is unacceptable to use such a logic. And here, Tom, I don't agree with you that there are 2 narratives. The narrative that I am speaking abides with logic and with international law, whereas the one that is being used by Iran and its basically outlets is no short of a sectarian recipe for disaster. The only people who are talking about the civil war and sectarian strife are Hezbollah. I don't feel that there's anyone in Lebanon who's willing to carry small arms against fellow Lebanese. However, if Hezbollah decides to attack us because we don't really agree with them politically, we have the Lebanese army to defend us. We as a Lebanese people, and me as a Lebanese historian, know exactly what it takes for a civil war to happen. At the moment, no one is willing to engage a dying corpse like Hezbollah, who has decided to jump into the inferno which the Iranians have created by creating Hamas, Hezbollah, and other proxies in the areas. At the end of the day, what I am saying is clear, and the Vienna Convention is clear. Someone who comments publicly about Hezbollah and Iran coordinating attacks against Israel, regardless if Israel is an enemy of Lebanon or not, should not hold diplomatic credentials and should not occupy any embassy within Lebanon's domains.
Okay, well, let's give our guest in Tehran the last word on this. Hezbollah has been described as a dying corpse there. Where do you see things heading to from here?
Really, as that the Iranian embassy, I don't think it will be evacuated because, again, the decision is not to cut off ties with Iran, just to expel the new ambassador who is waiting for a date to present his credentials. They're waiting for him to leave, and at the current circumstances throughout the whole region, I do not believe that vacating the Iranian embassy from Beirut to serve the relationships between the 2 countries or the interest or stability in Lebanon. I believe the Iranian ambassador, who he might be, but whenever there's a diplomatic representation on a high level in Lebanon, as it faces an Israeli occupation and it faces many developments, and Israel now as inside Lebanon, then I believe this serves stability and security in Lebanon. And I don't find any justification to say that his presence is not beneficial. I'd like to quote Yusuf Raji, who is the Lebanese minister. From the beginning, and since he established the Lebanese ministry, he had an issue with Iran. And the Lebanese and Iranians believe that Mr. Raji has a political position, perhaps, and the reason is that he belongs to a specific political party, and this party does not want Iran. It's not related to Hezbollah. This political party, which the foreign minister is part of, is causing all these problems. Hence, when the Iranian foreign minister Abbas Araghchi went to Beirut, he was not received or hosted by the Lebanese foreign minister, and the martyr Ali Larijani, when he visited Beirut, also he was not greeted. So the Lebanese foreign minister is acting according to the desires of his party, and he did not respect the Iranian foreign minister. He came as a guest and he was disrespected. And in addition to all of this, he said that he deals with Iran as an enemy. And when he was talking about Iran's preparations to talk with the Lebanese or the Lebanese foreign ministry about the bilateral relationships between Tehran and Beirut, he said that we will meet in a different country, meaning that he sees Iran as an enemy. Therefore, the meeting should be in a different country, not Beirut or Tehran. This methodology or this rhetoric is very important to Abbas Araghchi and Ali Larijani. Okay. Again, when they visited Lebanon and met the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, he did not talk in such a logic. On contrary, they spoke to the Iranian officials with welcoming, transparency, and clarity.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're nearly out of time. I'm sorry to cut you short, but we are out of time. Thank you very much indeed, Mohammed Saleh Sadiqian, and a very big thank you as well to our guest, Makram Rabah, who joins us from Beirut. Thank you both very much indeed, gentlemen. That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up today, with oil and gas flows severely impacted by the ongoing conflict in Iran, the Brent benchmark jumps more than 50% during the month of March. We'll be asking our panel of experts who are the winners and who are the losers in this current context. Plus, we'll be finding out about a new trade corridor between Saudi Arabia and Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates, which bypasses the Strait of Hormuz and which will help keep global supply chains moving. And despite concerns over the economic costs of this war, Saudi Arabia's Wealth Fund says that it remains committed to investments around the world. Welcome to the programme. Geopolitical tensions across the region have meant significant volatility across global energy markets. Well, the ongoing conflict with Iran has severely disrupted traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical artery which normally carries around 1/5 of the world's oil supply. With flows sharply reduced, global benchmarks have surged, with Brent crude recording one of the strongest monthly gains on record during the month of March. Well, analysts warn that the market is no longer reacting to headlines, but now to the risk of a prolonged conflict with the potential for even tighter supply and further price spikes if disruption continues. Well, with millions of barrels a day effectively removed from the market, the International Energy Agency is calling this crisis worse than the two 1970s oil shocks combined. Well, from a Saudi perspective, the crisis underscores the kingdom's central role in global energy stability. Well, to talk through all of this, I'm joined here in the studio by Dr. Youssef Al-Shamari, who is president of the London College of Energy Economics. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Al-Shamari. We're also joined from Bern in Switzerland by Cornelia Meyer, who is an economist, the CEO of Meyer Resources, a commodity expert and a friend of this channel. A very warm welcome to you as well. And last but not least, we're joined from London by Naveen Das, who's a senior analyst at Kepler. Thank you very much to you, Naveen, as well, for taking the time to join us on Al Arabiya English. Dr. Al-Shamari, since you're here with us in the studio, let me start by asking you. This is being described, what we're going through right now, as the most severe energy shock in modern history. Does that sound right to you?
First, hello, Tom, and I'm very delighted to be in Al Arabiya English. Certainly, it's a statement that I believe all international experts would agree on, because, look, the IEA has announced it's the largest in history withdraw from its strategic oil reserves. That's 400 million barrels. That is expected to supply something like 4 million barrels for the next 90 days. If you look at the crisis here compared, for example, to the 70s, where historically it's been the largest oil shock that led to in fact, the formation of the IEA. We had only disruption in oil, but in the Hormuz crisis, we have a supply disruption in both oil and gas, in addition to multiple strategic commodities supplying the world international trade. So I believe the knock-on effect here wouldn't just be on energy market, but it will also have a dramatic impact on the world economy as a whole. And many analysts would describe this as a shock that compares to the COVID-19, but the difference here is that during the COVID-19 we had a demand shock, now we have a supply shock, so which could ultimately bring down demand, because now we lost more than 10 million barrels in supply. So that means demand will have to adjust to that supply shock. So ultimately it can mean a slowing. In fact, it could also mean a recession over the next several months if this crisis continues.
Okay, yeah, some people saying the same as the combined impact of both oil shocks in the 1970s. Cornelia, let me turn to you and ask for your thoughts, because oil prices up roughly 50% for a barrel of Brent crude since the start of this conflict 4 weeks ago. What does that mean for consumers? What does that mean for global inflation and growth?
Well, you know, prices are the transmission mechanism of any crisis. So this means that because Brent is globally priced, essentially with WTI and Brent, it means that it's permeating throughout the world, and it's a very substantive inflationary pressure. And then when you add to this, you know, gas is up 66% in Europe, because LNG is no longer coming through the Straits of Hormuz, and the Europeans have decided not to buy any gas or LNG from Russia. So they're really a little bit in a bind. So you will see the Asians and the Europeans competing very heavily for US LNG. And that's, again, big inflationary pressures. The fertilizer, they're up more than 30%. And a lot of the base materials that are produced from oil and gas are up too. So we have across the band, with the whole industrial sector, we have a scarcity in Asia, which will be translated, especially when it comes to refined products, to Europe in a few months' time. And we also have a price shock. So this is a really, really bad inflationary scenario. And all I can say is fasten your seatbelts.
All right, well, thanks for that. And indeed, fastening seatbelts quite necessary in the context, Naveen, of these oil price fluctuations that we've seen over the last 4 weeks. I mean, pretty dramatic, you know, the charts that you look at, looking at the ups and the downs. And I wanted to ask you, what factors, what sort of information flow is influencing a sudden fluctuation in the oil price? Is it a headline? Is it a message by President Trump on X? What is it?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a combination of many different factors. I think what we are seeing now in terms of the oil prices, you know, first and foremost, a disconnect between, you know, the futures price, the price we see sort of widely quoted that we typically think about when we're talking about the oil price, and the actual spot physical prices. Those are dramatically higher than what we're seeing on the futures curve, which implies that, you know, the futures are baking in some degree of optimism, but also on top of that, driven by various headlines, various tweets. And then, you know, the other layer which exacerbates the volatility is how traders' positioning has had to be curtailed due to the volatility, and the nature of sort of algorithmic or systematic trading signals that parse headlines and trade off the back of that. So that's really amplifying the volatility in the futures market, making it increasingly difficult to trade, while there's also a disconnect with the physical reality, the physical spot prices pricing a lot higher than what we're seeing on the futures so far.
Okay, so clearly a lot of factors at work. And I want to ask you, Dr. Al-Shamari, I mean, supposing the price of a barrel of oil reaches $200 US, and, you know, that's a scenario some are predicting for the long drawn out, prolonged conflict scenario. What would that mean for consumers and for industry?
Well, here it's important to highlight which crude are we talking about, because so far the impact on Brent and West Texas were much lower than other benchmarks, which includes Oman and Dubai, which both skyrocketed above $150. In fact, West Texas was the lowest affected because of the ample supplies in the U.S. But certainly at the current level, if prices in fact even reach $120 for Brent or WTI, I believe this is already a turning point for the global economy, because certainly we could see slowing economies, especially in the Asian economies. In fact, it also will amplify the risks of stagflation. In fact, the CEO of BlackRock already stated that if we reach $150, the world is expected to go through recession. So if we talk in $200, to me it means that perhaps it's a inflection point where there is already inability for consumers to purchase these energy exports from the Gulf. It means we could see plants shutting down. It means we could see the aviation movement even reduced to a very large level. It means that people will have to work from home and reduce their travel and, in fact, even mobility trends. So I think it just going it signifies that there's going to be a demand shock, a large decline in oil consumption, perhaps more than 10 million barrels a day. And what that means is the knock-on effect that could happen after that will not be easy, because to just look at during the 2020 pandemic, the world took the world 3 years to come back to normal for all demand to come back to the levels before the crisis level. So if we have another shock of this similarity in 2026, I think it's going to have a huge ramifications on the energy industry as a whole. One thing here I could see happening is faster transition to alternatives. Perhaps it's going to get many industrial economies to go back to coal and investments in the nuclear, because nuclear is the competitor of natural gas. We could also see renewables, in fact, coming back pretty much on a large extent on the table. And EVs. I think 2026 could be an interesting year to compare the sales of EVs compared to the years before.
Okay, well, I want to pick up on that and put something to Cornelia, because Cornelia, I read an op-ed that you wrote very kindly for Al Arabiya English, and in your op-ed you mentioned that 80% of the energy mix still highly dependent on fossil fuels. And I want to ask your opinion whether you see this crisis accelerating the transition of energy away from fossil fuels. What do you think will be the sort of the legacy of this?
Well, I think you will see demand destruction. The question is, how long will demand destruction last? And the question for that, again, is how deep will it be? How long will it last? The other question is here, you will obviously see coal is, especially when it comes to power production. You look at India, you look at China, they will opt for coal because coal is there and it gives them energy security. And that's something they need for their economies. But in the very long run, we need every drop of oil, we need every molecule of gas, we need every bit of coal, every sun ray, every wind, every drop of water for hydropower, because by 2050 we'll have 2 billion people more on planet Earth, and they will be in the global South, they will be in Africa, they'll be in South Asia, and they will have huge needs for energy, for transportation, for lighting, for all of these things. So we will not get around oil, but I agree with you, in the short to medium term there is demand destruction, but I'm pretty sure it will come back, because it has to come back, because we'll have so many more people on planet Earth.
Sure. Let me turn to you, Naveen. I wanted to ask you, with shipments through the Strait of Hormuz severely disrupted, what are we seeing in terms of initiatives to reroute that important traffic of, I think it's 1/5 of the world's oil and gas that passes through the Strait of Hormuz? What are we seeing in terms of initiatives to mitigate the impact?
Well, you're very right in terms of the scale, and when you put it in those terms, it is very difficult to obviously have a like-for-like replacement. We are seeing production shut-ins, and consequently, as the other panelists have been discussing, demand destruction. But there are a few sort of alternatives and ways in which we can try and mitigate this. Primarily 3 pipelines, mainly for crude oil. First of all, within Saudi Arabia, the East-West pipeline, the Adcock pipeline in the UAE, and also in northern Iraq, to try and get crude oil from the sort of Kurdish fields into the Mediterranean. Now, these are, in a gross sum, totaling less than an incremental sort of 5 to 6 million barrels a day. So nowhere near the sort of 15 to 16 million barrels a day of crude oil we were seeing flowing through the Strait of Hormuz before. Nonetheless, these sort of auxiliary routes are vital. We are seeing loadings on the Red Sea coast of Saudi Arabia reach record highs, just sort of highlighting the level of the supply disruption and the need to, where possible, extract barrels back into the seaborne market. So the scale of the replacement is in no way comparable or replaceable to what we've lost, but there are alternatives that we are seeing being used so far.
Okay, and just staying with the Strait of Hormuz, something I want to put to you, Dr. Shamari, is that President Trump said, I believe on Thursday, quote, "We don't need the Hormuz Strait," he said. "We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country's not affected by this." He said, we have twice the amount of oil of Saudi Arabia or Russia. Soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Is he right?
Well, to start, if you take the literal meaning, he could be correct, but indirectly, the United States can be affected. Historically, before, for example, we talk about Venezuela, the United States has been importing something like 500,000 barrels of heavy oil from Saudi Arabia because many of its refineries need diesel, and the type of oil that's produced in the U.S. is not highly suitable for that kind of heavy fuels production. Perhaps things have changed after now the U.S. has direct access to Venezuelan oil. But if you look at the increase in oil prices, then that means a higher gasoline prices for local consumers in the U.S. And that will have a huge economic impact on inflation levels. President Trump has been calling for the U.S. Fed to reduce interest rates. And at the last meeting, the Fed has decided to keep them at their fixed levels. So I think it's going to make the Fed much harder, especially when President Trump has been trying to call on for reducing interest rates in order for allow for the economic activity to kind of pick up. So I think the increased levels of energy prices globally will have a knock-on effect on the U.S. economy, and that will, again, impact all the political agenda that the President Trump and the Republican Party will have. Certainly that could be who could benefit from that is the Democrats, who may be against the war in the Gulf, against Iran, because as we all know, the Democratic Party has been, in fact, came up with that Iran deal, the P5+1 deal, during President Obama and enforced again by President Biden. So they could take this as a chance, especially when the midterm elections are only 7 months away.
Yeah, Cornelia, what did you make of that comment by President Trump? We don't need the Hormuz Strait, we don't need it at all. Essentially, he's saying, not our problem.
It is the world's problem, and with that, as the leader of the free world and as the world's largest economy, it is also his problem. And as Yusuf said, I mean, the transmission mechanism is price, is inflation. I'm not so sure. I think in the short run, yes, it will be difficult to lower interest rates, or there will be a pressure to go higher on interest rates. However, if we go into a full-blown recession, we will go into quantitative easing. So the jury is out of that on how that happens and how long it happens. But the world needs this is 20% of oil and oil products, and it is 20% of LNG. It's 30% of nitrogen-based fertilizer, which has huge impact on food security and food prices. So we all, the whole world needs the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, well, thanks for clarifying that for us. Naveen, let me turn to you. If the conflict were to end tomorrow, and we're sort of drawing to the end of this conversation, how quickly would flows of oil, LNG, and prices normalize? How long would it take?
Well, first of all, I think there's obviously going to be some sort of lag effect. And I think, here at Kepler, we're modeling very different scenarios. Sort of as a base case, if the conflict were to end, tomorrow, you could see a normalization of flows via the Strait of Hormuz, assuming that there are security guarantees as well going forward, getting back to sort of normal levels and as a phased approach by the second half of this year. So essentially taking 2 to 3 months, and that is ensuring that you have the same number of vessels passing, a drawdown of the commodities that have been stocked on floating storage, while also drawing down inland inventories, and at the same time the countries that have shut in production bringing production back incrementally as well. So with all those sort of supply chain disruptions that need to be sort of wrinkled out of the system, we anticipate that it would take at least 2 to 3 months, and you would see normal flows resume from the beginning of the second half of the year.
Okay, and just final thoughts from Cornelia and Dr. Al-Shamari. I'd like to ask you both, what lessons have been learned already from this crisis? What can governments do to better prepare themselves for the future in terms of energy security and supply chain resilience? Cornelia, your thoughts?
Well, we have learned just how very dependent we are on these narrow waterways. And the Straits of Hormuz is not the only one. There's the Malacca Straits, there's Bab el-Mandeb. The UK Navy says, the Cape of Good Hope is also a potential choke point. So we've learned that we have potential choke points. We've just learned how very exposed we are to when it comes to waterways, to not just wars but also accidents. Remember Suez Canal a few years back when the container ship blocked it for 6 days, and also the environment. There's only about 50% of the traffic that can go through the Straits of Panama because of global warming. So we've learned that just how exposed we are, and that we have to become better at getting some resilience mechanisms baked in. Lastly, I think we will have to see just how quickly we can get back to normal, because there have been quite a few oil and gas installations hit, namely Ras Laffan in Qatar, which is 20% of 17% of it has hit, but Ras Laffan produces 20% of LNG. So we have to see how quickly these things can be restored.
Okay, we've got 20 seconds left. Dr. Al-Shamari, your final thoughts. Any lessons learned to better prepare the world for next time?
Well, for suppliers, I think investments in energy infrastructure now is being far more important than ever. I think Saudi Arabia saw it happening 40 years ago by building the East-West pipeline, which now supplies at least 60 to 70% of Saudi Arabian exports. But the other GCC partners, I believe there needs to be more investments in bypassing international maritime routes. So this is a key lesson. For consumers, I believe there needs to be investments in all of the above solutions, especially when it comes to nuclear and clean coal.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate you spelling that out for us in what little time we've had left. Thank you very much indeed to you, Dr. Yousef Al-Shamari. Thank you very much as well to Cornelia Maya, who's joined us from Bern. And thank you as well to Naveen Das, who joined us from London. Thank you all very much indeed. Now, we often hear about how 1/5 of the world's seaborne oil and gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz. But it's not just energy. Fertilizers, petrochemicals, and vital supply chain materials all move through that narrow channel. And disruption there is now rippling across global supply chains. And unlike oil, many of these commodities can't simply be rerouted through a pipeline. So how do you keep trade moving? Well, one possible answer is a new Saudi-UAE trade corridor which links Dammam and Sharjah, and it therefore bypasses Hormuz and cuts transit times. Well, it is a joint effort between the Saudi Ports Authority, Mawani, and the UAE-based logistics company Gulf-Tainer. We are joined now by the Gulf-Tainer Group CEO, Farid Belbouab, who joins us from Sharjah in the UAE. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Belbouab. I'd like to just start by asking you to tell us a bit more about this Sharjah-Dammam corridor. How does it work?
Yes, so thank you for hosting me. From the beginning, we had obviously to be solution-driven. And When obviously you receive a ship in your port, you have multiple cargo with different destinations, and Saudi Arabia being a neighboring country with whom we had obviously extensive ties, particularly as Gulf Tenor, where we operate as well our ports. So we had obviously to find a solution to continue to serve the corridor. So cargo was discharged is discharged in Horfakan. From Horfakan, the cargo is routed through a land bridge solution to our port in Sharjah, and from Sharjah, which is our other port which face the Arabian Gulf, cargo is being loaded on board feeders that continue to serve Dammam, but as well other countries such as Qatar or Bahrain. The objective obviously behind this solution is to continue to serve the UAE, but also the GCC and the GCC countries, make sure that the trade continue to flow, as much as obviously the cargo shall find obviously its routes in the region. It's an absolute necessity to maintain obviously those land bridge solutions via Sharjah, but as well Jebel Ali, Abu Dhabi, because this product as well was extended to other ports, connecting them by feeders, but also through land bridge itself. Today we have customers coming from Saudi Arabia to clear their cargo in our port in Horfakan, which is located outside of the Strait of Hormuz.
Thanks for that, Mr. Belboab. I wanted to ask you, just basically to summarize for us, it seems that Gulf Tenor is essentially going to be enabling these trade corridors to operate by really utilizing those ports at Horfakan and Sharjah. Is that correct?
Correct. The idea is obviously about making use of the existing assets. We are not trying somewhat to reinvent the wheels. At the end, trades always find its flows, making sure that the cargo that is being discharged in Horfakan continue obviously through those corridors, Sharjah, Jebel Ali, Abu Dhabi, and continue obviously its journey on board feeder vessels to connect with the Saudi ports in Dammam.
Okay, so what is your strategy for optimizing trade corridors locally, regionally, right across the UAE and the region?
In this environment, execution speed is everything. So we have been building the fastest inland cargo movement currently available in the UAE. The existing corridor connects Horfakan directly to Sharjah, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi through controlled and high efficiency routes. What this means in practice, it's faster delivery with lower complexity as well and more predictable flows. And all of this operates under a single operational and customs framework. What we did from the beginning, with obviously a very significant support from the UAE federal government, is to ensure that all the customs processes are aligned, just to ensure that we get to move cargo seamlessly and under a very clear umbrella. So one stop, minimal friction, and maximum efficiency.
Okay, let's talk a bit about regional shipping capacity in the context of this current conflict in Iran. What impact is it having? And are you seeing shipments and cargo being rerouted from neighboring Gulf countries?
Of course. What we are seeing today is very clear. Shipping lines are adjusting their routing and new trade routes are being created in real time. Trades always finds a way. So Horfakan, which was primarily a transshipment hub, is now operating as a major gateway for the UAE. And at the same time, cargo is being routed as well through alternative corridors. We have, as a UAE government, so they've been now the extension of the Oman corridor through the Green Corridor. flows are also moving through Jeddah. Some are even considering Turkey or Jordan to connect countries like Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or Iraq. So this shows one thing. Global trade is adapting dynamically, and we are positioned at the center of that shift. On our side, we have deployed dedicated India-UAE shuttle shipping line services with fast transit time, ensuring continuous supply of essential cargo. And we are scaling capacity further as demand evolves, of course.
Okay, and clearly resilience, the order of the day in a time of crisis. How is Gulf-Tana building that resilience up?
And for us, resilience is not a concept, it is operational. We are managing this through speed, flexibility, and full control of execution. And what's happening today in the UAE goes even further, in my opinion. And the level of coordination across the country is unlike anything we have seen before. This is not just a theoretical alignment. This is real-time execution across federal entities, emirates, ports, and operators. We are working hand in hand with authorities across the UAE with immediate decision-making and full operational support. This is not about stimulus packages. This is really about execution. For every challenge, solutions are identified and deployed immediately. And if I get to speak about my experience, we are here to serve the country. We are on a national duty. From day one, I had to step, obviously, from my seat as a group CEO and sit as a chief commander in a crisis center in Khorfakan. And the system has to be responsive, pragmatic, and fully mobilized. So we go, obviously, by the logic. The chain of command has to be very clear. So what you are seeing is a country that does not wait. It acts, it adapts, and it delivers. And this is really what resilience looks like.
Sure, and it's also meant, hasn't it, much closer coordination between you, where you're sitting in Sharjah, and what is happening in Saudi Arabia as well.
Correct. I mean, there obviously, beside the discussions that are happening at leadership level, so real-time coordination is obviously ongoing with the port authorities. Saudi Arabia has recently extended that storage free time for containers in transit actually have been literally extended to 60 days. So this goes beyond just a normal collaboration or coordination. We are literally working hand in hand to make sure that we fasten the cargo clearance, that we reduce the delays, while ensuring, obviously, that the trade continue to flow.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, a lot of operational uncertainty out there, not just for you, but for plenty of other logistics companies, pretty much anyone in pretty much any sector I can think of right now. You've got this challenge of insurance, which is something that is particularly relevant in that particular waterway. How are you navigating this particular challenge?
So from our end, we cannot control insurance premiums and how the freights are evolving. And we have obviously received significant complaints about how shipping and freight costs have been increased. Has increased and somewhat new charges appearing from empty container return or literally freight charges even increasing sevenfold. Some charges are obviously justified in the sense where there is a risk around servicing the area, and we have to appreciate that. All what we can do is control how the cargo moves, and this is what obviously we are providing our partners with. First, we operate the port of Khorfakan in Sharjah, and our commitments to those shipping companies is that the port of Khorfakan operates in a safe environment, that they have to continue, obviously, to serve the UAE and to accept bookings, because it's really about trade continuity, supply chain continuity for the UAE and the GCC countries. We are obviously also providing operational solutions by ensuring that when the cargo is discharged, the cargo is moving, because we don't want to end up with ships stuck at the berth. So operating all in all with efficient corridors. Again, all of this with the aim to minimize exposure to risk. What I can tell you is that the government, the federal government, is working actively as well in solutions to somewhat reduce or erase this insurance premium exposure through different options. So those are being discussed in committees at the federal level. At the end of the day, the priority is clear. The UAE and the GCC must remain supplied, and we are ensuring that happens.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Farid Belboab, the CEO of Gulf Tenor Group. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
And finally for today, Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund says that despite growing concerns over the mounting economic costs of this conflict in Iran, the kingdom's wealth fund remains committed to investments around the world. Well, Yasser Al-Rumayyan, who is the governor of the $1 trillion PIF, made the comments at the Future Investment Initiative in Miami. Well, he added that Saudi Arabia's macroeconomic and physical position remains strong, stable and resilient. Al-Rumayyan also touched upon the PIF's long-term strategy, which he says will include investment in the private sector, both domestically and internationally, notably in sectors like renewables and data centers. He added that he wants the whole world to come and invest in Saudi Arabia. Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal, coming to you from our headquarters in Riyadh here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We'll see you again next week.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was great terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly, triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counter-offensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready, weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God will it, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the north fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations. With the invaluable aid of our supporting partner, we ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated.
It was a significant moment. We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway, the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, a crucial opening had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hama saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this. It's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled, while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered fleeing. On air base, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command force.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions inside the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
on the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin. The Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin are met with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skill amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo olive trees all alone.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. Daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells, and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerant slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses aren't only measured in rubble. They're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices, let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out.
Die again. Repeat.
2 kilometers west of Tab Day.
Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest, then get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city, but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zain al-Abidin, one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zain al-Abidin, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square. Filmed, then we're told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zain al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
The main battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly, the Hama massacre among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay open. Then he asked, "Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge?" I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here, eyes fixed on Homs, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Homs, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. The Tamim soldiers and commanders filled with resolve pushed the forces across 4 axes an effort we'd prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. You can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs. And Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up Homs like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground, and on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, how to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Hamaim, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th.
I remember the protocols cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
We were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind. Just as it was leaving him, in silence, a clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m. The plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maimim. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 3:10, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other streets. After 3:30, news began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Memim, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18. At that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports.
With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised. Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step, quietly, without announcement, without resistance.
The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, Hold Your Head High, You're a Free Syria, they danced, and I danced with them, despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did, and Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's a Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have